All right, Senators, please find your seats. I hereby call to order the 16th meeting of the 62nd session of the Student Senate at 7 p.m. on December 4th. With that, our first item is swearing in. We had appointed previously, and we're going to have to swear you in before we move on. So, Senator James. All right. Raise your hand and repeat after me. I hereby swear that I will faithfully serve the students of Wichita State University, act in accordance with the Student Government Association Constitution, and fulfill all duties and responsibilities required of the office of
Student Fees Committee member.
I will,
I will,
to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the Student Government Association
the Constitution of the Student Government Association
of Wichita State University.
of Wichita State University.
Congratulations. With that, we'll move into Section 3, roll call. When I call your name, please answer with either present or here. Senator Azilani.
Here.
Senator Babin.
Present.
Senator Bradley. Senator Brown.
Here.
Senator Castillo.
Present.
Senator Cowden.
Present.
Senator Cunningham. I don't remember. Resigned. Senator Day. He's in budget, right?
Yes.
Senator Ezell.
Here.
Senator Flores.
Here.
Senator Hopper.
Here.
Senator James.
Here.
Senator Kata. You right. Senator Kahinde.
Present.
Senator Kendrick. Senator Kennedy.
Present.
Senator Khan.
Present.
Senator Lepetsky.
Present.
Senator Majors.
Present.
Senator Mattson.
Present.
Senator Kate Miller.
Present.
Senator Mounts.
Present.
Senator Nazir.
Present.
Senator Nguyen.
Present.
Senator Ritchie.
Present.
Senator Sanchez.
Present.
Senator Spencer.
Here.
Senator Turan.
Present.
Senator Tubak.
Present.
Senator Wang. Senator Webb.
Present.
Senator Wright.
Present.
Senator Zacharias.
Here.
Excuse me. All right. We have met quorum tonight with 28 total in attendance. Simple majority will be 15, two-thirds of present will be 19, and two-thirds of majority will be 24. Moving into section 4, approval of the minutes. Are there any corrections to be noted for last meeting's minutes? Senator James.
For the final roll call, since you actually took roll, are the numbers supposed to be there?
You're talking on the minutes, right, at the end?
Yeah, since it wasn't a silent roll call, you actually took roll. Are the numbers supposed to be who all was there at the end and stuff like that?
Yes. So, is that they are not? Yeah. We can add. We can get that added. Thank you. Are there any other corrections to be noted to the minutes? Seeing none, we'll move into section 5, public forum. So public forum provides a chance for individuals to have the privilege of speaking before the Senate. This is a time for the association to listen to what the community has to say, and to that we offer our undivided respect and attention. I would like to remind everyone that although we allow the speakers the privilege to use this platform, the opinions of the speakers do not necessarily reflect the opinions of the association or the university. Lastly, in the essence of time, we do limit speeches in public forum to a length of 3 minutes unless the speaker has spoken to us about it ahead of time. With that, we do have two individuals that have spoken previously, the first one being our Shocker Support Locker manager, Colin Munson.
As he said, my name is Colin Munson. I am the graduate coordinator, the manager of the Shocker Support Locker. I'd like to give you all a brief background on the Shocker Support Locker. It opened its doors on February 1st, 2015. It was first known as the Shocker Food Pantry, then changed its name to Shocker Support Locker in 2017, that summer. Since then, we have added hygiene, clothing products, baby products, and we also have added several partners such as Pepsi, Dillon's, and several other companies we were fortunate to work with. There have been a multitude of food drives, like the Cut Hate food drive, the one today, faculty versus staff food drive, and the police department hosts a food drive as well. The numbers so far for this semester that have been donated have been 261 guests so far, 2,061 guests so far, and 8,846 pounds donated so far, and so far a total of $25,000 donated. And so while we're all here, transitioning into the faculty versus staff, so far the overall numbers for faculty versus staff, there were 3,776 total items donated for both faculty and staff, and the total weight was 1,586.8 pounds. I'd like to thank everybody who participated in the food drive. It was a very hard-working food drive, and it was very good to have to see the locker full as it was. But
before we do that, so one thing I want to do, and he's going to hate me for doing it, but I'm going to do it anyways. Colin has put in a lot of work for the locker this year. We are extremely, extremely grateful for being able to have a position like this to work with the Shocker Support Locker. When the locker was first created, it was intended for the student body vice president to run the space, and then a committee of people to run the space, and then the student body vice president again to run the space. And we've never been able to grow the way that we have because we haven't had someone being able to commit time to doing that. So, and then I know I've talked about Colin a lot in the Senate. You've never actually seen him or met him. So if you could all just join me in giving him a round of applause for all the work he's done this year. And then I'm going to let him announce the winners. But before we do that, I want to bring up three people who are sitting in the back. They are the presidents of the other senates on campus. So we have Julie, who is from the UP Senate, Matt, who is from the USS Senate, and then Dr. Jarman, who is from the Faculty Senate. So we're going to have them come up here. We were approached with this idea August, sounds about right, well, maybe August, about having a friendly competition between staff and faculty on campus to host a drive for the Shocker Shocker Support Locker. It's been super awesome and super great. Both of the Senates have worked together to be able to host this drive and to help us stock the Shocker Support Locker, which has been super awesome from there. So we have a trophy that we're going to present. It's going to be a walking trophy because hopefully we'll do this every year. And then it will go with the winning president of the Senate who won the thing. We're going to engrave the side so we know who actually won. So I'm going to let Colin do that, and then we're going to get a group picture, and then we'll move on. Sorry, Michael.
Well, without further ado, this year's winner for the faculty versus staff food drive is the UPSS staff incident. Thanks so much.
With that, we'll move into our next speaker, President-elect Jay Golden.
Administration wasn't part of the contest this last year. We will be next year, but I think we'll be hanging our heads low like faculty this year. Staff just kicks butt. Also, my Colin experience. So my first, when I was announced, I was taken all over campus. I mean, they were like, hey, you're going to go see this facility, meet this facility. And I swear to God, almost every place I went to, there was Colin. He's working here. He's volunteering here. He's volunteering here. And for those who don't know, I'm going to give a little secret. Colin's going to be the next owner of a major franchise of some sport. So look at him now. In 20 years, 15 years, he's going to be an owner of some pro team. So we'll be looking for jobs. That's all I can say. Or at least some uniforms or something. So I'm glad to be here. It's hard for me to talk in 3 minutes. I don't think I've ever talked in just 3 minutes, but I'll try to be concise. You can tell just by my appearance, I'm a pretty casual individual, right? Informal. And I think that's what it should be. So I hope you approach me on campus. I hope you feel comfortable reaching out to me if you have issues or concerns. I'm certainly going to be engaging this body, but that's a formal process. This isn't really my style. I'm more interested in having conversations and longer conversations and more meaningful, where it's a two-way conversation instead of me just espousing on things. But I will kind of tell you where we're at and what I'm doing really quickly. So you guys probably already know, because I saw a tweet that came out. I asked this body, I asked students to, just like I asked every dean to engage their faculty and their senators, as well as all administrators, I'm trying to do due diligence. I'm trying to understand more the culture of this university. I want to understand what are the really good things about this institution. I want to understand where things are risk or we could do better. I want to understand how leadership in the broad sense has engaged students. And so I think you guys had a deadline of December 6th or 10th or whatever. We'll get that. The rest of the units are putting together big binders, and that's due January 10th. So I'll be coming back before this body, and I'm going to be very transparent. The transparency started with, I uploaded on the webpage every question for every unit that anybody can look at and see. So you understand the type of what I'm thinking and the type of questions I have. And that will continue, because I'm going to come back to you and I'm going to give you the results of the survey and where we're at. And it's going to be, this is what's good, and I'm going to tell you the warts. And these are things that we need to improve on. This is what leadership needs to improve on. And how do we do it together? I can also tell you, and the senators in the back can attest to this, I've told everybody my priorities. Right? Not in the greatest detail, but an overarching priority. And I have two overarching priorities. Number one, in everything we do, budgets, personnel, the campus, our engagement, is about the student experience, period. And I define the student's experience as being the following. We're going to have a safe, inclusive, and diverse campus that includes leadership, that includes faculty, and that includes our student body. We're not going to be a campus that's judged by who we do not allow into our campus for U.S. News rankings. We're going to be a university that's judged by what we do with the students who have an opportunity at Wichita State and what they can do with the community. It's going to be a university that has a student experience that has the lowest debt that we can possibly do. Okay, so that's why when we talk about budgets, how do we constrain our budgets? How do we manage it? Thinking, if we do this, what kind of offshoots that might be for student fees or tuition and those costs. So we're going to do that. It's a student experience where the students are engaged. So when we have meetings or we have these task force which we're going to be forming, students are part of the conversation. Students are at the table with administrators, with faculty, et cetera, as we move forward. The student experience is also that we graduate on time, and most importantly, and this is where Faculty Senate and the provost are going to be working hard, student experience is making sure that we have academic programs not just for now, but for the jobs and the economy of the future. And I don't know what those are, but we'll figure that out. So that's the student experience. So when people come to me and say, I need a new body, we need to make an investment, we need to do this, the question I ask is, what does that do to further the student experience at Wichita State? The second is enrollment. That's our financial sustainability of this institution. And if we do our student experience right, we'll have students that want to come to Wichita State because it's the place to go. It's the place that's doing it right. And so it's going to take time, but that's what we're doing. And so we'll be very transparent in that process. I think that you'll be seeing, you already saw probably a memo that went out for me about convergent sciences. And so the idea there is to make sure we have a beautiful innovation campus. And we do great things with aviation. So this isn't we're going to do this or this. It's we're going to do this and continue to do this well. But we're also going to start expanding our opportunities and diversify our research, our scholarship, and our economy by exploring different types of things that we can do to address economic disparities, educational disparities, health disparities in the new economy for our state. And so we're going to ask faculty and students from across the campus to come together with their ideas on convergent science and support it. So you'll see that. And last, I'll close with, we're going to have a memo coming out from me to the campus. I'm going to be issuing a request for 6, maybe 7 task force on very specific topics. Some I've already identified, some are going to come from the surveys of things that we need to do. And I'm going to be asking this body to make sure that there's representation of students at the table on these task force, along with educators, faculty, administrators, et cetera, moving forward. And we'll be reporting back, and we're going to be very transparent. Again, it's going to be on the web. These are the issues. This is what we're asked, and these are our findings. That's the way we're going to move forward together. You may not always agree with all my decisions. That's okay. That's okay. As long as you respect and understand, and we have a relationship, you know that these decisions are always based on the best interest of this institution and our number one priority, which is student experience. And if we do that, we're going to do the right thing. So I thank you for allowing me to come today. You know, if you guys have follow-up questions or concerns, certainly through this leadership, but feel free. You just email my office. You email me. It's jay.golden@wichita.edu, and we'll set up a time. I especially like 6 a.m. when I come on the campus, so if it's 7 a.m. breakfast or whatever, or late at night, I'm happy to meet with you guys. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do, and good luck with finals. Really, good luck.
Thank you. So with that, we'll move into section 6, officer reports. Item A, president's report. There she goes.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving break. So first thing, I am pulling SB-62-082 and SB-62-083 from the floor for this evening. I am going to take some time to review those two bills and see if there are any additional edits that I could make. Because the student fees process is such a big process, I think that it doesn't hurt to look over it again. So no changes to the student fees process will be made for this upcoming hearings. It would be, if those were to pass later on in the future, it would go into effect for next session. So along with that, we are still needing applications for student fees positions for honors, fine arts, engineering, returning adult, and international. We also need somebody for health professions. We originally had that seat filled, however, they resigned due to class conflict, I believe. And so we also need somebody for health professions. Once again, honors, fine arts, health profession, engineering, returning adult, and international. So please share that with your constituents. We really, really need to get those positions filled as soon as possible. I have sent out a Qualtrics feedback form. I posted the link on our Facebook page. It's also posted on our main Facebook page and Twitter page. I also sent you all an email about it in hopes that you will fill that out on behalf of yourself and your constituents. All of that information is going to go into the document that President-elect Golden is having Student Government Association fill out, just to provide him information about concerns and things that we like about the university, things like that. And I just want to try and get as best of an understanding of student concerns and things like that from as many students as possible. So that's why we're doing that feedback form. So if you could fill that out and share with your other student organizations, your classmates, whoever, that would be great. And the survey closes, or feedback form closes on Friday. Along with that, I have offered the Chief of Operations position to an individual, Kathleen Short. She will be, obviously we're not moving forward with her nomination for this evening. I will be moving forward with her nomination for at the beginning of next semester, but I just wanted to let you all know that I have found somebody to fill that position, so hopefully that will go through, and if you have any questions, you can ask me about that. Just so you all know, I have the Kansas Board of Regents meeting on December 18th. That will be in Topeka. I know we will be out of session at that time, but if you would like for me to, I can post updates on our Facebook page or email them out, or I can just wait until my next report. I don't know if you have any preferences in regards to that. If you don't really care, that's totally fine. I'll just do that at the first meeting of next semester. I had a meeting with Provost Muma today, and he wanted me to share with you all that he recently went on a trip to Mexico in hopes of looking into building an engineering campus down there. And so, and other possibilities aside from engineering, that's about all the details that I have in regards to that. If you are curious and want to know more, you could reach out to him. I'm sure he'd be willing to answer those questions. Also, I encouraged him to present to Senate at the start of next semester, so hopefully he can answer some of those questions then as well. Aside from all of that, I have just been working on the document that President-elect Golden has asked us to submit, attending all sorts of different meetings like the Budget Advisory Committee and one-on-ones with administration and all of that, and then just preparing for next semester. For Colleen, for the treasurer, she is actually out of office at this time due to a family emergency. She does not have a report for the Senate as of right now. For Director of Public Relations, today was the Wine About It event, and it turned out really well. We ran out of wine glasses about an hour in and got some really good feedback. I will be updating the Google Sheet I have put together with students' wants and sending it out on our Facebook page and via email. The survey results have come back, so I will be sharing that information with you all as well soon. As well, feel free to reach out with any questions or concerns. Thank you. And that is all I have.
Any questions for the president? Senator Mounts.
I guess this is more directed towards the DPR, but as per the survey results, did we finally get enough people to get an adequate representation of, like, the student body?
Yes.
Any other questions for the president? Senator Webb.
Could you repeat the name of the person you have for Chief of Operations?
Kathleen Short.
Senator Flores.
Is there any reason why Kathleen Short isn't being appointed tonight?
It was due to when her interview was held, and when I told her that I was offering her the position, it was past the legislation deadline and all of that, so.
Any other questions for the president? Senator Mounts.
Will you be releasing an executive order appointing her to the position over the break, or will you be waiting to do the final do an actual appointment when we return after the break?
My plan was just to wait until we were back in session to do a formal appointment, unless it's suggested by the advisors that I do an executive order, but my original plan was just to do an appointment at the beginning of the session.
Senator Turan.
Hi. I would like to know if you have any sort of like report or what you're going to bring to the K-Board meeting, or like if you have any sort of idea or like big things you're going to share that we're working on or something.
Like what we're currently working on, or I guess I'm a little confused by your question.
I guess what concerns are you going to bring to them, or like if you are taking any sort of like ideas to kind of take with you?
So at K-Board, usually what that looks like is I have my meeting with the Student Advisory Council, which is made up of all the other student body presidents of the Regent schools. And at the beginning of the semester, we sat down and we discussed different topics that we would like to see and we would like to work towards, mostly being in regards to seeing if we can do anything about student health insurance, because that was a really big increase this year. However, I don't know if there's much that we can do because a lot of other different things in regards to that. We're looking into seeing if we can get mental health funding for higher mental health funding for our universities. And then also currently what we're really working on right now is just trying to plan Higher Education Day, because we are no longer doing that as the Student Advisory Council. We will be all hosting our own higher education days as a university, and then we, as the presidents and possibly vice presidents and legislative directors / chief of operations, will attend the State of the State in order to interact with legislators and talk about funding for higher education. I think that's mostly it. I would love to talk about it more if you want later on. So.
Senator Babin.
Are K-Board meetings open?
I do believe so. I like 99.999% sure.
Any other questions for our president? Seeing none, thank you for your time. With that, we'll move into item B, Vice President's report. Sorry. So, had a meeting today about the community garden. We were actually on site because they had finished redoing all of the tiers. I know I had mentioned in not last meeting, but meeting before's report that we were, due to how it was that we were having to redesign I haven't started working on the redesign because I didn't know how the tiers were actually going to get set out. So that was one of the things what I was there for, was basically to grab measurements for where it was and how to then alter the design we had to fit the space we now are bound to. That's a little smaller in depth than originally planned for, and then one of the tiers has, goes sideways or kind of diagonally, so it kind of cuts a good chunk of the boxes out. But our plan for that, we were thinking of doing trees, but we didn't really have a place for them. But because of the tiers, the bottom tier is perfect. So we're thinking 3 different trees, peach, plum, and apple. And then there is a disease tree a little further out, and so we're going to be removing that one and replacing it with another fruit-bearing tree, like cherry or something, but that one hasn't been decided exactly what it was. So the garden area has essentially 2 tiers and then a side box. That's going to be, it's already currently an herb garden off to the side, so we're going to leave that. We're just going to take it from the 2 herbs that are there and put more herbs there. And then you have the main chunk. If you remember the original design, we had kind of a circle court kind of thing with seating and whatnot. That will still be there, but it does, with the scrunching of space, have to take another look. But the seating and that number of boxes are still the plan. What does change is tier 2, since it is kind of swooping in. It's not quite enough room to put a box and still have enough clearance for people to walk around and things like that. So we were thinking, instead of raised beds on that one, we would just do row crops and do them right in the soil on that one. So unfortunately, that one won't be ADA because it is raised. You can't really get a wheelchair into that one, but the main one, that is the biggest, will be. And then we have the mini orchard in the works. And that's pretty much it for the community garden. There is a meeting that's going to start to work on, where was it? Earth Day event / celebration. So there's a planning that's going on with Sustainability Committee. It's going to happen on Tuesday, December 10th from 11:30 to 12:30. It's going to be located in the Industrial Engineering Conference Room. 120K is the room number. It's in the old engineering building. So there's no real details on what all we have planned for it. This is literally just the start of, hey, we want to do something as the sustainability piece for Earth Day. And then we're trying to figure out what it is. That meeting is open, so if you are wanting or interested, stop on by. One of the things that I'm currently working on, or about to start working on, along with the chairs, is the Spring Senate Retreat. I've already emailed out that it's going to be on January 18th. Just like it was in the fall, it's going to be an all-day thing. Haven't solidified the start time and end time yet. But it'll likely be 8:30 or 9 at the start and go till 5:30 or so, depending on what all we come up with. But I'll be working closely with the committee chairs to come up with all of the presentations that's going to happen there. With that, when I did send out the email, I did ask individuals to tell me if the 18th of January was a problem. I only received one because they will be out of the country. So seems like it's a good date, so that'll be the day that we are doing it. And then I've got a couple other things for those for remarks and announcements. Stand for questions if there are any. Moving into section 7, other reports. Item A, student advocate Josie Cadillo. Is that large enough font for everybody?
Can you zoom a little so I could just like go paragraph by paragraph?
Let us know.
Cool.
Good.
Thank you. Yes. So, hello everyone. I hope everybody's having a good semester and finishing off strong. I've put together a final, nearly final report. So I just wanted to kind of break it down. So just, of course, thank you all for, of course, a good, great 6 months. I will say acclimating to this position has been a huge privilege and a learning experience. So that saying, you just don't know until you're in it, I feel like really applies to the student advocate position because you really don't know until you're in it. I've learned being a student advocate isn't just about wanting to be an advocate for students. You actually have to be very hyper conscious, and that's of many different factors that influence people's lives. Sensitive, yet stern, strategic, and patient. So with every case, of course, the pressure's been real. Stakes have been high, and there's always seemed to be another hurdle. But through it all, students come first. So just getting into it, my time in this position, I focused on gaining a better understanding of what the student advocate is and what initiatives by the student advocate should look like, finding those kinks in our system or services, and then, of course, ultimately serving as just the best advocate and that I can be through casework, outreach, event planning, and consulting with students every day. So now that the semester's nearing an end, I did want to just dive deeper into some of the issues that I've seen throughout my time in the position. So the first one is parking. Just wanted to get it out of the way. I think that there's a lot of conversation that's still meant to be had here. I think this because I deal with parking issues every single day, and that's definitely the number one consumer of my time and caseload. So I believe that the student government has a responsibility to continue meeting, negotiating, gathering student needs and suggestions, and relaying them to parking services. So this report is going to be a lot of the needs I've noticed, and then also that as senators, it's your responsibility to act upon these needs and suggestions, because as a non-political figure, I can't go out there and actively seek out new solutions, new programs, things like that, because that's what you all can do. So I believe these efforts can be continued through my office in a shared effort through the Safety and Student Services Committee, the Student Senate as a whole, and with cabinet leadership and direction. So just a few things. I wasn't there at the meeting, but I did review when parking manager Tanner Morrell was here. I work with him very closely, very often. And so he even noted that day in his speeches that all the different ways that conversations have not yet been held or may be happening, but SGA isn't there in them and isn't present. So some of these could be the YMCA, the underutilized lots that they say that we need to utilize on the outskirts. Can we figure something out there? Scooters coming to campus, faulty and ineffective alert systems. So this is huge because a lot of students that want to file parking appeals claim that it's because they didn't receive texts or emails or other alerts to things like that. So that could be something that these are initiatives that we could be communicating to parking services that we need to keep and continue improving. So the lot color coding, so in his speech he said that they're not considering right now recoding any lots, but I think that that's an initiative that student government could go forward with, saying that we want more green lots here, things like that. And event parking. So those are all things that we can be at the table negotiating with. And so just a few suggestions. I say that we keep working. I don't think we should just continue to kind of lay around while things keep changing or coming to campus. We could be in those conversations and negotiating what students want and need. So one resource for parking has been the Food for Fines program. In October alone, we received 820 items, so and we're able to forgive over 100 citations. So this was a successful week following changes, as you remember, to the donation amounts, and then also capping the citations at 10 per year. So this was, shown to be successful. The efforts have shown to be effective in reducing the repeat offenders and things like that. So that's already showing still also into the second week of Food for Fines, where we don't see people coming in with 3 or 4 or 5 citations. We see them doing maybe 1 or 2. So that's positive. And then the deadline for Food for Fines this week is this Friday at 5. So be encouraging everyone to keep submitting Food for Fines if they need it. And then the next section would be academics. So grades and faculty staff conflicts and things like that are the second most prevalent issue that I deal with every day. And parking is definitely more prevalent, but they're easier to solve because a lot of the time it's just submitting a appeal and it's either approved or denied. But with academics, that's a whole different beast because each specific case is very different and each specific case have different things at stake. So that could mean that a graduate level student is already 3 years into their, I don't even know what they call it, their, not thesis, but something else, I don't know. Yeah, you guys know it. But they're already that far in, they're working with an advisor, they're doing something else, and then like something really big and bad happens. And so undoing that and then fixing everything that happens in between, the department could have some bias, like stuff like that, influences each and every case very specifically. So it's definitely a different beast. It requires a lot of one-on-one, repeated meetings, meeting with faculty, meeting with chairs, meeting with deans. So a lot goes into each of these cases. So one thing that I've noticed is just that they're very messy, case-specific, require jumping through a lot of hoops, and are often very difficult to resolve. So in a lot of these cases, students don't feel that they will ever be successful, that they've already tried and it didn't work. So it can seem very hopeless. I've noticed a very disturbing trend in these, which is also that students don't feel protected, heard, or empowered by the current system. So that is a lot because there's a really real threat of retaliation when it comes to students and faculty and staff. So what that could mean is that you are already working towards your degree or maybe a job or whatever this opportunity could be. And the threat of retaliation or what you could lose if you move forward with reporting a faculty member or reporting some sort of abuse of whatever it is, a lot of students can feel very scared and afraid to do that, which I don't like. So I think that that's just another area where we can continue to raise awareness and support students, because a lot of students have shared with me how their reports, like coming forward to their department chair or dean or whoever it is, may have cost them job opportunities, delayed their graduation, sent them back to their home country, cost them time and money, or affected their mental health, just overall hindering their overall experience here at WSU. So this has been a very big issue to me, and I recommend that we continue researching and providing new ways for students to feel empowered in their academic and personal lives while they are here, because we do need to start sending a message that faculty and staff are held accountable for their actions, and that just because they may be the faculty or staff member, that they aren't necessarily just, at the end of the day, their way goes. So we have to be the voice for students and continue trying with that. And then just providing that safe and supportive environment for them to actually feel comfortable reporting issues. So the next one would be international and DACA students. So with this, it's a really big thing, but just overall what I've noticed is that international students are by far, in my opinion, I don't have the data right now, but I know that they are very much more affected by all these issues than traditional students. So what that means is more international students come for parking issues. More international students are going through faculty staff related issues, and it's that repeated trend. So this means that there's some work that we can be doing to help them. And so I just have noticed that they're disproportionately affected, and that some of the issues I've seen are like financial hardship, lack of understanding of university policy and procedure. So an example of this could be that back in the beginning of the semester, a lot of international students would come into my office with 15 citations because they were not aware that we had parking permit is required on campus and things like that. So just the lack of knowledge or lack of education that we could be getting in there and making sure that we protect them by giving them that information. And then multiple cases of discrimination or instances of bias in their classrooms or processes. Conflicts with faculty and staff. I noticed that they get, this is another statement, whatever, but they get treated differently by faculty and staff in conflict, so they're not believed as easily. They have to prove themselves 10 times harder. They have to come with the evidence. They have to come with anything to be able to feel even close to successful in reporting something. So those faculty disputes with them are a lot harder from what I have seen. Disbursement of financial aid. This, we're still working on it right now, but it has come to my attention that a few DACA students here, once again, it's in progress, but there may be miscommunication between like in-state and out-of-state tuition. There's a student that was charged out-of-state tuition when DACA students should be receiving in-state tuition. So this, and they also got denied a refund. So there's things like this that are happening to international students or DACA students that we can continue to support them. So, and lack of awareness of university resources. So just us pushing more resources. That's that. And then also Title IX and Title VII. I've sent a number of reports to Title IX and Title VII, which is the Sexual Misconduct and Discrimination Office of Institutional Equity and Compliance, which you all are aware of. And I've just observed that there are many students that could have more potential cases or reports, but they may not feel comfortable reporting or may not go forward with an investigation. Definitely understand that, but I think that there's just more that we could do because it is our job to seek out those students, provide them with the support and knowledge, and then creating a welcoming and receiving environment of those reports. So there is still work to be done there as well. I'm currently in discussion with our WASAC representative for an initiative next semester where we will hopefully start to create that environment where we can start talking about some of these issues. And then with the reports of bias this semester, I have been working with OIEC and like how we can start trying to address some of those things. But I think this is a shared effort, and DEI can also help in those efforts as well. So just overall for my position, my top initiative would be creating a sustainable and long-term legal services program. So this is still in the works, but I do need Senate's help to create the program basically, because as a non-political figure, I can't really make all of those decisions. So it's up to the Senate to decide what the program should look like, how much money we should allocate each year, and then assessing the student need for it as well. So that's something that I've noticed we need. We've had multiple cases that students need legal services, but it is just something right now. I've tried to start it. I have a full outline of the program, but it has to come through in legislation, so that's where you guys come into play. And so anyone that's interested in legal services can consult with me and we can start working. But additionally, I've also found that this position is very overwhelming for one person. So we are looking at introducing the student advocate assistant position or positions, but that is hopefully going to come in the spring semester. And then an additional thing that I believe we should do as well as as Senate is introducing pay to those positions, because of the type of work that we do, because of how tedious and time consuming it can be. If they are going to help with the legal services program, I think that they should just be paid. So that's my personal opinion. It's up to you as Senate to decide those things. The next thing, additional thing, we were able to also, I met with the library who told me a lot about some of their initiatives. They're opening the 24-hour study room at the end of the month, so that should be really cool. And then they have, I suggested to them doing a library fines amnesty day, so they're doing that, which is Tuesday, December 10th. So if you have any library fines or anyone has library fines, feel free to do that. Overall, I just hope you guys have gained a better understanding of my job. I know I've been kind of behind the scenes, I guess, because it's harder for me to be out here, but just know I am working with students every day. I have a lot of cases, and yeah, I just hope you have a better understanding. And then maybe if you heard something in the speech that you thought interests you, all of these things all of the things I've mentioned can be the Senate initiatives as well. So I hope there's something you heard and thought maybe I can start working on that. And then if so, let me know. We can work together. And then the last thing is just that I do plan to also submit a final report at the end of the semester with all of my cases that I have had. So you guys will see more specific numbers and information on what cases have come through and stuff like that. So let's just keep working hard. I've been working hard. I hope you guys are as excited as I am to keep going in the spring until we're done. So thanks. And I'm open for questions.
Are there any questions for the student advocate?
Sorry, that was a lot.
Senator Turan.
Have you reached out to the chairs with these problems or concerns, and so that those committees can probably start working on those with you so that you're not bearing that burden alone?
Yes, I have not. I've tried before to start meeting with some of the committee chairs, and I think then we just didn't really have a lot to work on. But now that I was able to kind of do the semester reflection, I think that going forward we can definitely start kind of tackling out some of the stuff that I found. I hope.
Any other questions for the student advocate? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much.
This is my report is on Shocker Sync, and I emailed it to everyone, so please review it. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving into item B, academics.
Okay, hi everyone. So my committee set up a table here in the RSC on Monday, November 25th. We were asking students questions about their concerns over the plus and minus system, along with any academic related issues, and we did not get much feedback. We did, however, get feedback over non-academic related items, such as like parking. So that didn't help us much, but we are very excited to see the results that came from the survey to continue with how students are feeling about the plus and minus system. Also, I updated Trello, and so our current tasks along with finished tasks and then future goals are on there, so check that out. And that is all.
Any questions for the chair? Senator Ritchie.
Have you shared the information that you gathered about the plus and minus system?
What information? From the survey. No, I have not seen that yet.
Senator Mounts, do you still have a question? Are there any other questions for the chair? Senator Nazir.
Do you think there's like a different way we can approach students with that topic, or do you feel like it's just not a popular issue among them?
I do want to look at the survey results before answering to that, but if that doesn't give us much, if it's still kind of equal, I feel that right now it's not a big issue to the majority of students.
Any other questions for the chair? Seeing none, thank you very much. Moving into item C, safety and student services.
Okay. So I didn't really give a report last time we met, so this is going to be a little bit longer than usual. So one of the things that my committee did this past Tuesday was the prize ride. I don't know if you guys saw it. We posted about it 2 hours before it happened. But the way that we've been working on it for a while. We just wanted it to be a surprise because if we told people we're going to be giving trivia about SGA, they might learn up on their trivia about SGA, so it wouldn't work that well. But we actually did go for a full 2 hours driving around campus, giving kids rides to classes, and asking them trivia on the way. If they got the trivia right, they got prizes. And so as the ride went on, the harder the questions got. So that was something we did. We took video footage. We only had one cart that did that, so we will be cutting that together and probably dropping a video at the beginning of next week. We wanted to have it at the end of semester because we wanted it to be a booster of like morale around finals time, so that's why we did it. We plan on doing it 2 more times next semester, one at the beginning to kind of get everyone ready for classes, and one at the end of the semester to again boost morale around finals. So we do have some leftover prizes. They're these fluffy blankets because they were the ones with the harder questions, like name your student vice president and president, which people did not know. So we have leftover things, and we're just going to keep it until next prize ride. And besides that, we I had a conversation with someone from Super Pedestrian who works with bringing scooters to our campus. His name was Worth Smith, and we had about a 2-hour-long conversation over the phone about scooters on campus, the location that the campus has, and what the culture is with the campus, what businesses are around the campus, what our parking lots look like, how we would manage scooters in parking lots, making sure they're not parked just like randomly in a parking lot, the speed limit on the center of campus, the bike lanes on campus, if that was a thing, if we could do yearly discounts for scooters, the way that the Zaxter bikes, it's $20 for a year you pay for, if we could do something similar to that for scooters for our students, and a bunch of other things about scooters on campus. And at the end of it, he said we should schedule another phone call, which we will do sometime probably in the next 2 weeks. And then he wanted to talk more about it before we actually talked about making those discounts or even bringing scooters onto campus to make sure that our campus culture will react to the scooters appropriately. Something else I've been doing is getting ready for spring 2020 with our events. We have 2 events for safety and student services that we have rooms reserved for and times and dates. Those will be released on the SI calendar. The first event is Treats for Troops, and the second event is an alcohol and drug safety lecture that would actually be here in the Santa Fe Ballroom. And so we would provide free lunch, and students who wanted to come would get to hear about like alcohol levels and like how a glass of beer is different than a glass of wine, that kind of thing. And besides that, I've just been doing my office hours, and a lot of that it has been the Care Bill discussions, as well as some people coming in to ask me how to navigate Senate meetings and like how to make motions and stuff. And besides that, I haven't actually completed most of my I haven't completed most of my office hours in the designated times for office hours, because I did have a couple of family emergencies over the past few weeks that pulled me out of my designated times that I was supposed to be in my office, but I did make up those times, just not in the assigned times I said I was going to be there. And that is all.
Any questions for the chair? Seeing none, we'll move into item D. Thank you, by the way. Diversity, empowerment, and inclusion.
Alrighty, I'm gonna try to keep this pretty short. So before Thanksgiving break, I attended the meetings regarding the CARE Act. Those were nicely filled during my office hours. We had very few senators come in, Other than that, I've just been working on just getting DEI prepped for next semester. So that includes doing event planning, coming up with different ideas for that, getting our Trello together and working, answering emails, of course, as one always has to do in one of these positions. As for this week, I unfortunately took Monday off due to sickness. It's flu season. Please go get your flu shots. And what's today? Wednesday. Yesterday, I assisted the other chair people as well in the prize ride event as a volunteer for my senator hours. So other than that, I'll mostly just be, for the rest of this week and next week, working on Trello, getting everything planned, and then over the break, I will be reaching out to my different senators in my committee to finalize some plans and ideas. I know we have a lot of ideas coming out, such as a land acknowledgement by one of the senators in my committee as well. And lastly, due to a conflict of interest with a coming SRB meeting, I have to recuse myself. And so I appointed Senator Kahinde in my spot. So my committee approved her unanimously. And so if I may, I will motion to appoint her to replace me.
You may.
I move to appoint Senator Kahinde to replace me for the Senate Review Board meeting on Monday, December 9th at 1:30. It's a majority vote.
No, I remember that we vote. I'm trying to remember if there's hearing from. I don't think so.
It's a close.
Yeah. Well, no, just for, yeah. That's why I didn't think so. So, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries with 28 in favor, 0 against, 7 abstentions. Moving back to the agenda, item E, Ways and Means.
Since I just did, updating of the shocker sink and planning for next semester, I will just submit my report to the record. Otherwise, I stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the chair? Seeing none, we'll move into item 8, appointments. Item A, SB-62-081. I do believe it has already had its first read and then was tabled till this meeting, and so if there are no additional questions, we'll go straight to the debate.
Point of information.
Senator Mounts.
Do we have enough in attendance to do an appointment?
Yes.
With a motion,
Senator Nazir.
I move to pass by unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing none, SB-62-081 is adopted with unanimous consent of the Senate. Yes. All right, with that, we'll move into item B, SB-62-087, appointing the position of Fine Arts Senator. This is also falls into the case as the latter, so if there are no further questions for the author or nominee, we'll move directly into debate. Seeing none, is there anyone wishing to debate at this time? Senator Ritchie.
I I prepared a little statement. Even though I don't work closely with the appointee, I want to let you all know, members of the Senate, that I can rest assured that his addition to this body it would benefit this organization and the fine arts constituent body as a whole. So, I know through the few interactions that I've had with John, that his work ethic is good. He's smart. He's charismatic. He's passionate about fine arts. He's an all-around wonderful human being. I will be voting in favor of his appointment, and I would encourage all of you to do the same.
Senator Day.
I will be voting in favor of this nomination. I met John in an acting class last semester, and I was consistently impressed by his passion and commitment towards the fine arts. He is someone who is willing to speak up and share his opinions while still remaining respectful, and I believe that this will make him a highly effective senator. I am also very pleased by his leadership in helping to found Shakapella and move it through the RSL process. I thus encourage all of you to vote in favor of the nominee.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak in debate at this time? Seeing none, we'll move into the voting period. All those in favor, please raise your hand and hold them high. All opposed, same sign. SB-62-087 has passed its two-thirds majority requirement, receiving 28 total in favor, 0 against, and 7 abstentions. Moving into item C, SB-62-089, appointing the position of at-large senator. Does the author wish to speak to this bill?
No, it's all written in the bill.
Are there any questions for the author? See none. Is the nominee here?
Hello, I'm Ella Perkins. I'm a political science major here at WSU. I'm also the daughter of 2 political science majors, so I think passion for politics is kind of in my blood, and I'm kind of nerdy about all of this stuff. I grew up for the first half of my life in a native Athabascan village in Alaska, and so I feel like I've kind of always had kind of a unique perspective, but I don't know, I've always just been really passionate about all this stuff, and I'm Thank you. I'm also just really passionate about increased student engagement in a way that I think I'm really passionate about voter registration in particular. I'm starting the relaunching of College Democrats, but I'm not pushing my political affiliation on anyone, but I do think that increased engagement in democracy here on campus is something that is lacking. I've talked to political science majors themselves, and a lot of political science majors aren't even registered to vote, so I think that that's something that can be fixed on campus. It's something that kind of scared me a little bit, to be honest, but but I've moved to partner with local high schools to work on this, and I also have been talking to a lot of students about their current problems. I was talking with a student the other day that was telling me that they were forced to change majors because of a extreme racist situation that they have, and they were scheduled to graduate this next semester, so I think that there also needs to be some talk of the stigma on campus of all these kind of things. They didn't feel safe reporting it to the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, and so they changed majors, and I think that there's just a lot of things on campus that I'm really passionate about, and I'm sorry that I'm rambling, but yeah, I'm really passionate about all this stuff, and I'm really excited to hopefully be a part of all of this, so thank you so much.
Are there any questions for the nominee? Senator James.
Do you have any involvement on campus already?
Yeah, I'm involved in a number of clubs. Like I said, I'm relaunching College Democrats. That's going to start next semester. I'm also involved in the Community Service Board. I'm the president of a book club, as nerdy as that is, and I'm also just really engaged in the community. I go to community events, though and be political. Like, I like going to like ranked choice voting talks and meetings with Lacey Cruz and meetings with Brandon Johnson, which I know is political and government related, but it's something that I really care about and I think is important. And I think that maybe students at large need to be more engaged in some of these political things because it affects all of us. So, yeah.
Any other questions for the nominee? Senator Izell.
Hi, Ella.
Hi.
I know you said that you wanted to do like a voter registration thing. Are there any other ideas that you'd like to bring to Senate?
That's definitely my biggest one because that's a thing that I'm really passionate about with just students on campus and students that I've talked to. Like I said, talked to political science majors that aren't registered to vote. So I like being more engaged in democracy, something that I really care about. So that's definitely my number one thing. I can't think of another major thing off the top of my head, but yeah, I'm just overall tend to be really interested in whatever is brought to. Can be kind of a nerd about a lot of political and government related things. So yeah, I'm just hopefully excited to be part of this. Yeah.
Any other questions for the nominee? Seeing none, you may either stay or leave for debate. Moving into the debate period, is there anyone wishing to speak in debate at this time? Senator Nazir, I saw you first.
So I'm speaking in favor of this nominee. I had the privilege to meet her all the way back in middle school, and I've gotten to see her grow as an individual. And I think she's an amazing nominee for this position. She's very passionate about politics. She's an amazing ally to many minorities who she associates with or she doesn't associate with. She's that great advocate, and I think she would be an amazing part of the Ways and Means Committee, considering she loves how she loves seeing how certain things move and operate. So I would highly recommend for everybody to vote in favor.
Senator Mounts, do you still have a debate?
So I'll also be voting in favor of the nominee. I happen to share a nice, fun Spanish class with her, which I know we both have to study tonight for the final. But she has made herself very well known in that class, and she definitely stands out as an amazing person. I know I've talked with her a couple times about politics and about SGA in general, so I know she'll be a great addition to this body as well. So I will be voting in favor, most definitely.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak in debate at this time?
With a motion,
Senator Nazir.
I move to pass by unanimous consent.
Any objections? SB-62-089 has passed with unanimous consent of the Senate. With that, we'll move into item D, SB-62-090, appointing the position of Student Fees Committee Member. Does the author wish to speak to this bill?
No, it's also all within the bill.
Are there any questions for the author? Seeing none, the nominee is here. Would you like to speak?
Hello, Senators. My name is Maggie Hull. I am a graduate student within the College of Applied Studies, mastering in higher education administration and student affairs. So this is like my home. So one of the things I really wanted to touch on, the number one reason that I'm doing this is I want to give back to the Wichita State community, just as you all do, and let our students know and have a voice within the student fees process. I have had experience dealing with a large budget at my previous institution, Wright State University, just changed to another WSU. I was a part of the student organization budget committee, so we decided which student organizations would receive funds for the year, and it was a really great experience. I got to do that for 2 years. So student affairs would give us money, and then leaders on campus would decide which organizations would receive that money. One of the things I wish to do is speak to Senator Kay Miller to talk about what the constituents engagements are really looking for, and then be open to all of our students to see what issues they're facing within the student fees process. Yes, and that is it. I'm open to questions.
Are there any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, you may either stay or leave for debate. Moving into the debate period, is there anyone wishing to speak in debate at this time? Senator Khan.
Hi. So I would like to speak in favor of this nomination as I have the privilege to see her almost every day, and she brings a positive energy into the room. And that's not the best part about her. She tries to educate herself about every aspect that she, thinks that she is wanting to do or pursue. And so having her in student fees would be a great thing, as she will bring a fresh perspective and a wonderful opinion in a very nice way. So with that being said, I would encourage every single one of you to vote in favor of this nomination.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak in debate at this time?
Over here.
Senator Sanchez.
Yes, of course. So I'm speaking again also in favor for this candidate. She has direct contact with me and several other Greek leaders on campus, and then student organizations that we're a part of as well. So it's really essential for us to be nominating people who have that contact with students, because they'll be able to relay this information, something as important as student fees. And then, of course, just to speak to her character, her bubbly personality is engaging to students and would allow her to get as much input as possible.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, we'll move into the voting period. All those in favor, please raise your hand and hold them high. All opposed, same sign. With that, SB-62-090 has passed its two-thirds of present requirement, receiving 23 in favor, 0 against, and 7 abstentions. Moving into item E, SB-62-091, appointing the position of Election Commission member. Does the author wish to speak to this bill?
Okay, Sophie wasn't able to be here tonight due to work, and then she had a final exam this evening. So I had her send me a written statement. So hopefully this answers any questions that you might have. And I apologize that she wasn't actually able to be here in person. I know that this is a big position. My name is Sophie Maples, and I am seeking an appointment to the Elections Commission for spring 2020 semester. I am a sophomore majoring in integrated marketing communications with a minor in political science. I apologize for not being here to address you all in person. I had previous engagements tonight that could not be changed. However, please be advised that time will not be a concern in the future. I am fully able to dedicate the time required for the Elections Commission. I applied for this position simply because I want to be a part of Student Government Association in some capacity. This organization seems to be the center of action on campus, and I would love to be a part of that. My plans for the Elections Commission mainly involves campus awareness of the election. Personally, I did not know last year's elections were taking place until after they already happened, and I feel as though a lot of students were in the same situation. I'd like to change these conditions so that students feel as though they have a real voice on campus. I also hope to make the election process easier and more efficient for both voters and candidates in any way that I can. I am also involved with a couple of other things on campus. I am a chairperson in the Student Activities Council and have every intention of continuing to be involved with that. I also work here on campus at the Office of Admissions on the student outreach team. In this position, we contact prospective WSU students through postcards and phone calls to try and keep them interested in Wichita State. Again, I very much appreciate this opportunity to address you all, and I am so sorry that I am unable to do so in person. If you have any pressing questions, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Any questions for the author? Seeing none, thank you. And we will move into the debate period. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate at this time? Senator Flores.
So Sophie is my roommate, and she is extremely dedicated and passionate about everything that she does. She's really hardworking, and I think that she has shown interest in SGA before, but has not been interested in a senator position. But I think she would be, since she has demonstrated interest in SGA in the past and wants to be involved in some capacity with helping facilitate things, I think she would be a great addition.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Senator Khan.
I would also like to speak in favor of this nomination. I saw her before she went into her interview, and she was very well prepared. She was slightly nervous, but with that interaction with her, I could see that she was passionate about something like that, and I could see the passion that she wants to somehow serve the student population. As you heard, that she's part of SAC and is involved in other aspects of this university. So having someone like this will not only ensure that our election commission process will be good, having someone who we can trust, having someone who is passionate. So knowing that, I suggest that you all vote in favor of this nomination as well. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak in debate at this time? Seeing none, we'll move into the voting period. All those in favor, please hold your hands high. All opposed, same sign. With that, SB-62-091 has passed its simple majority requirement, receiving 28 total in favor, 0 against, and 7 abstentions. Moving into Section 9, unfinished business. No, new business comes after unfinished. All right. Item A, SB-62-079, the McKinney-Vento Scholarship Act. Do believe this one is its second read, so if there are no additional questions, we'll move directly into the debating period. Senator Babin.
I move to adopt this bill by unanimous consent of the Senate.
Any objections? Seeing none, SB-62-079 is adopted with unanimous consent of the Senate. If I have this noted right, both item B and C have been pulled. So we will move to item D, SB-62-084, Co-Equal Branches of Government and Association Restructure for Efficiency Act. This is its second read, so if there are no additional questions, we will move directly into the debating period. It's not going to be signed. All legislation. Senate bill. Scroll down to hit 84. Seeing none, we'll move right into the debate. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate at this time? Senator Babin, I saw you first.
Point of information, I have a couple of amendments. Should I go through those one by one or just do them all at once?
So if they are within the same section, you can do them at one time, but if it is amendments for different sections, it would be one section at a time. You have a motion.
I have an amendment. I move to amend SB-62-084, line 35, to add the word elected between the words the and members. Oh, it changed. Sorry, let me find it. So it should be section 1, or like 3, amend the bylaws, article 1, section 1.1.2.
It's line 32.
Line 32. Sorry, in the version I have, it's 35. Yes.
Repeat the amendment, please.
To add the word elected between the words the and members, membership, sorry. And then that would repeat again in, the next one. So 1 point, at the end of line 37, and it would say from the elected membership of the Senate before the period. In line 37. No, at the very end of the sentence, before the period. Yeah, and it's going to say from the elective membership of the Senate. And then
Membership. Highlight in red. From.
it should also have of the Senate at the end. Sorry. Okay. And then, so this is all kind of the same thing, but it's technically in a different section. So do I still do it? Because it's the same, like.
So you're trying to do
amendment.
it for all instances of.
Yeah, there's only one more, but it's on line 209. It's probably not line 209 now, but that's where it was in the version that I marked up. So it is, it's like after the 9 amend bylaws article 2. Oh, you were going too far.
I think line 202.
Yeah, probably line 202. Yes, the chairpersons of all standing committees of the Senate must be a senator, an elected senator, instead of just a senator. Mm-hmm. And then do I get to speak on why?
It is your motion. You have the right to speak first.
Okay, awesome. So this is just making a change where we're ensuring that the leadership of the Senate is somebody who is directly elected by the student body. So it's just a way to make it so that the students have, did I just turn that off? No, I didn't. Okay, sorry. It's a way to make sure that the students have their say in their own kind, like in the only way that they can, and who the leadership of the Senate is going to be. And that it basically, the only change is that you have to have been elected to the position. You don't have to be in a contingent election or anything like that. It's literally, you just have to be someone who was elected by the student body in order to be in the leadership of the Senate.
Will require a second. Senator James with the second. It's now open for debate. Is there anyone wishing to debate at this time? Senator Mounts, I saw you first.
So I think it's a good idea to have these positions be elected. That being said, I feel like this motion is a little bit redundant because the speaker will be elected at the first meeting. Therefore, the speaker already has to be someone who is elected unless they are to resign. And by that point, restricting it to someone who's elected could be problematic because there could, depending on the Senate, could be very few people who are actually elected officials. So I think keeping it open in the very long run, or in the long run, is better because there already are those measures in place, not only just for the speaker but also for the chair people. Because by that point, the speaker who is already elected will get elected the first meeting, and by the second meeting they'll already be appointing chair people so they'll be appointing chair people who won't start serving until just before the summer ends. But those positions will also be elected as well, because I'm assuming there will be very few appointments, or there won't be like 30 appointments on the first meeting. So restricting it later in the school year, where the Senate, at least currently, tends to be rather full of appointees as opposed to people who are elected, I think restricts it to a certain restricts it just farther than it should, considering the fact that those safeguards, at least at the beginning of the session, are already in place.
Senator Zacharias.
So actually, I will be speaking in favor of this amendment. I do think that the speaker should be elected because they have the chance to become the president or the vice president of the association. So I do think that they should be elected. However, I do not agree with the part that makes all chair people have to be elected, because that is not the case already. And I would say that the chairperson that we have currently, who is not elected, does a wonderful job. And with the trend that not many elected senators want to be chairs, I think that restricting it may be counterproductive on our part, especially since we have how many senators that were elected have resigned since now, and how many do we have left that are elected. So I think for the part of the chairs, I do not agree with that, but with making the speaker have to be an elected senator, I agree with that motion.
Senator James.
I have a point of information. Do the president pro temp and the vice president pro temp, are they elected? Are they people who were elected, or can they be people who are appointed as well?
So, for the pro tems, they have to be able to fill the role in which they are replacing, and the role they would be replacing isn't elected, so they would have to be elected. Does that answer your question? Yes. Senator Wright, do you still have one?
No.
Whose hand was up?
Point of information.
Senator Mounts.
Are we able to amend amendments?
Yes.
Okay.
Senator Mattson.
Point of information as well. Would it be possible for me to make a motion for division of the question on this amendment?
Yes.
I
Would you like to make this?
I move to divide the question on this amendment. The division would be between the line 32 and line 200 something that refer to the same elected membership for the Speaker of the Senate, and then the other part of that division would be under line 37, which addresses a different position.
So just to make sure that we have it correct, your division is for altering the Speaker and committee chairs, and then the other portion, that's right underneath.
That is correct.
Does require a second.
Second.
I don't remember if it's, what is it? I didn't hear. Division. Majority. All those.
Michael.
Yeah.
Because Senator Babin made the original amendment, she has the right to make a statement about the opposite if she wants to, or if the senator wants to. So she has to be called on first before you can vote.
Thank you, Gabe. Senator Babin?
So the only thing that I really have to say about splitting it is that I think that is a good idea, but we can't split it between line 32 and line 37, because line 209, I guess is the one that it is that one specifically talks about the standing committees, whereas in line 37 you're also talking about the Speaker pro tempore of the Senate. And the Speaker pro tempore of the Senate is in line of succession and has to be elected. And so I would argue that we shouldn't split it in that way. And if we're going to make the recommendation that it is only the Speaker and the Speaker pro tempore that must be elected, we would have to change the wording of 1.3.2 within this bill, so that those are two separate things, and we can change it then that the Speaker has to be elected and the chairpersons do not. Does that make sense? Okay.
Senator Mattson, if that does make sense to you, you can alter your amendment.
Yes, I would like to alter my amendment. I am a little confused on the line numbers, but I understand the meaning of what was just said and agree with it.
Splitting the voting between Speaker and Speaker pro tempore and then committees. Is everybody clear on that divide? With that, the motion to amend the amendment can now be voted on. All those in favor of making the amendment to this amendment, please raise your hand and hold them high. Senator Wright, you seem confused.
So are we voting on the division of the question, or are we voting on the Senator Mounce's?
You are correct. We do have to vote on that before we move to the item I was trying to vote to. Thank you, Senator Wright. All those in favor of the divide being Speaker and Speaker pro tempore, and then voting a second time for the committees, please raise your hand and hold them high. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All opposed, same sign. With that, receiving 28 total in favor, only requiring a simple majority, being 18, motion carries. Battery running low. Nice. With that, we'll move back to the original amendment, which was to insert these into the document. Is everybody clear on where we are at? Senator Babin.
So are we going to be, so is this now two separate questions? So are we going to do debate specifically on the Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker pro tempore of the Senate, and then do a separate debate period on the committees?
So the voting would be separate. The debate would happen at the same time. So you would debate in favor for the pieces, either both. Sorry about that. Either both, or I'm in favor of one and not the other, which has already been done. And then when it comes time to vote, there would be two separate votes, one for the first, which is Speaker and Speaker pro tempore, and the other would be for the committees. Does that answer your question? With that, is there anyone wishing to debate on this amendment? Senator James.
I'm debating in favor of the first question, where we talk about the Speaker and the Speaker pro temp. Just knowing that they are a part of the line of succession, they do have to meet certain requirements to fulfill the presidential and vice presidential seats. So this is a really important amendment being made, and I urge you all to vote in favor of the first question.
Anyone else wishing to speak in debate at this time? Senator Babin.
In terms of the second question with the standing committees of the Senate, it is of my belief that every leadership position within the Senate should be something that the students have some sort of say in. And if it is someone who is appointed, then technically the student body had no say in who that person is. That doesn't mean that anyone is that doesn't mean that anyone is not supposed to be in their position or that they're not going to do a good job. It's just the idea is that Senate leadership should be filled with someone who was directly elected by the student body, giving the student body more of a say in who Senate leadership is.
Anyone else wishing to debate Senator Mounts?
In regards to the second question, I think limiting it to people who are only elected, again, can be problematic. Say if a seat were to become vacant in the middle of a session, and I guess going against the point of making sure students have a say by default and through you all when we are appointing people, the students are getting a say through you. You should be reaching out to your different constituents regarding, and you should be representing your constituents regarding who we appoint to these positions. So I think restricting it in that matter to people who are only elected is problematic because there are many good people here. There are actually 2 chair people currently right now, myself and the senator at the very end of the table on the other side of me. We are both appointed people. So I think restricting it to people who are only elected can create some issues. And I think overall it's a better representation of students to have anyone in the Senate be able to be appointed to these positions.
Senator Flores.
Yeah, I don't think that chair people should be required to be elected because I think it creates a division among Senate where it seems that if you're appointed, you're lesser than those who were elected, despite the fact that there are a lot of people who were elected uncontested. So it means that they would automatically be elected, which I don't think makes them more qualified than someone who goes out and seeks appointment afterwards, especially considering that there are certain seats that have more competition than others, and if someone were to run for, say, LAS and lost in that election and then applied later on, then that would technically mean that they're appointed, whereas someone who were to run for one of the seats that historically has not gotten lots of competition would just that would mean that they're allowed to just go unopposed, essentially. And I think that there are a lot of qualified individuals who are appointed, and I think that there are a lot of, as previous senators have mentioned, it creates a lot of difficulties when majority of the Senate is appointed rather than elected, and then it really narrows our options, especially if there are people who are not seeking these positions if they're elected, and then I think it just creates a lot of difficulty.
Senator Nguyen.
Okay, I'd like to speak also in support with some of the comments made by previous senators. I think an additional reason for the second question about why we should keep both appointed and elected senators able to become committee chairs is because that part of the reason, or one of the major goals of this CARE Act, as I see it, is that we're trying to create more opportunities for senators and more opportunities for Senate leadership in order to better the culture in SGA and promote more people to join. And so I think that adding the stipulation of having to be an elected senator is just counterintuitive to the goal of this bill.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak in debate at this time? Senator Sanchez.
So I do hear all of the oppositions to these amendments, and then specifically speaking towards the second portion, I want to echo Senator Babin's opinions that I do see more of this incentive for people to actually go and run and do the work to be elected and have the privilege of running fully with support shown through the numbers of an election with other with the student body behind them. And so I'm almost conflicted, but leaning towards more so supporting both amendments as they stand due to that fact. And then the elevation of running your own platform while you're being elected has a big say also in the work that you do. That doesn't go to belittle anyone who is appointed. However, hopefully that incentivizes people to be elected and then those elected positions to take their seats more seriously.
Senator Zacharias.
So I do completely understand what previous senators have stated. However, I still do not agree with the second portion of this. I know that of the initial applicants for chair positions, if we had this rule this session, I would have been the only applicant for a chair position for the first month of this session. So I think that it is important that we let our students have a voice. However, I do not think that this is the way to approach it. I also think that this creates a lot of strain on some students who are maybe transferring from other universities or coming in from holding positions of leadership. I don't think we need to limit these positions, and they already are. As an author of this bill, I did it to create positions and to create involvement in SGA and create opportunity, and I think this is counterproductive for what this bill was intended for.
Senator Webb.
Just a question. So if we vote this amendment through, can we also, so that would go back to the voting on the full bill, correct?
That is correct.
Follow up. So at that point, could we then add to the end of that, unless, a statement that's unless there's no elected positions that are going for it, but more eloquent than that?
Since we are still in the debating period, you are welcome to make an amendment, a motion to amend this amendment to add that, and then it would be as one. Or, in the case that you have stated where we have already voted this through and we're back on the main item, you can make a motion to amend as you have said as well. So, two different options.
Point of information.
Senator Zacharias.
Are we allowed to vote on the first portion of this bill, since most of the debate seems to be around the second portion?
So the voting would occur at the same time, first and second. So unless the debating is closed, then no. Does that answer your question? Senator Mounts, I saw you.
So, again, in regards, I'm sorry, I know we've been beating around the bush a little bit, but just kind of as my final debate on this topic, I think, so I guess when I ran last year for the LAS Senate position, I received 81 votes. However, it was less than all the other unfortunately all the other LAS people, so I did not get elected to the position. I was actually beat by these two senators over here. However, I still had 81 people say yes, and so I figured, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and apply for a Senate position because I know I still want to serve. Maybe not in the capacity as an LAS senator, but as a capacity as an at-large senator. When it came to applying for positions for these chairs, I was like, you know what, I'm going to do it. No one else has applied for DEI chair. I'm going to go and take that opportunity to try to better myself and better my leadership in this university. If for some reason, even though I ran an unsuccessful campaign, even though I had 81 people say yes, but still did not get the position, I would be barred under this from being in this chair position. And so I find that disheartening, and I find it creates just an unreasonable divide in our Senate between elected and unelected officials. And the other point I'd like to bring up is the LAS seat was the only seat that was contested this year. There were 6 people that ran for 4 seats. Every other senator besides 3 sitting in this room automatically got their seat, no matter what, except for the appointed people, except for the people who went out, reached out to our administration, or reached out to the executive branch, interviewed, went through the whole process, got approved by the Senate. So I think arguably that restricting it to people who are only elected just is not just and is not right and is not the best representation for our students. And so that's where I stand on that. And if I may make a motion.
Senator Mounts.
I move to call the previous question.
Oh, I forgot the blah for it. For those of you wondering what that is to close debate. Where did it go? I know it's on here. Where did you go? There you are. Does require a second.
Second.
Senator Babin with the second. This will require a 2/3 vote. As a note, that does mean 19 in order to pass. All those in favor of closing debate, please. All those in favor of closing debate, please raise your hand and hold them high. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Receiving 25 total in favor, 2 against, and 8 abstentions, the motion carries. Debate is now closed on this item, and we will move to the vote. As a reminder, this is a split vote. So the first will be for adding elected to the speaker and the speaker pro tempore. All those in favor, please raise your hand and hold them high. Hands down. So it's been called to my attention there were some confused faces. So what we are voting on are the 2 highlighted in red on the screen as of right now. Yes, I did not lie. They are up there. And then after this vote, we will move to the second portion. Is everybody clear on what we are voting on?
Point of information.
Senator Nguyen.
Didn't we need to change the 1.1.3 to say that it wouldn't include chairpersons for each standing committee if we're going to vote on that one in red? Because then it would contradict if we're going to not pass the second part.
I have an easy way to fix that.
Senator Babin.
Yeah, we just delete it from line 37. And then that should just be it. Should solve the problem.
So you no longer want elected on pro tempore?
That is a good question. We would have to split 1.1.3 into 2 sections. So it would say the speaker would appoint with the advice and consent of the Senate, the chairpersons of each standing committee of the Senate from the membership of the Senate, and then a second point that would say, and the speaker pro tempore of the Senate from the elected membership of the Senate. So we could add between Senate and the membership of the Senate, or from the membership of the Senate. That would be if this passes, or if the chairperson part passes, that would be what would add.
Point of information.
Senator James.
Do we have to vote on what is just added
Yes.
as well? Okay.
Okay.
Because the amendment has been altered to include that.
Another point of information. Does this go with the first question?
No. Does that one go with the, no. So, unless the one who proposed the amendment, not this one, but the original one, would consider it as a friendly amendment, don't know why she wouldn't, because they're both hers, then it wouldn't require a vote.
Okay, well, okay, now I have a question, sorry.
Senator Bowden.
Point of information. So with adding from the membership of the Senate, that would only be added if we go through the voting process for over the chairpersons. So if we say that the chairpersons have to be elected from the membership of the Senate and not the elected membership of the Senate, then that would be added. But if we decide it's from the elected membership, then we don't need to add that at all. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know how we do that.
Gabe?
Run that by me one more time.
Okay, so basically with what's in line 36 and 37, with adding from the membership of the Senate, that would only need to be added to this amendment if we vote that the chairpersons from each standing committee will not be from the elected membership of the Senate, but only from the membership of the Senate, because we just, I guess, potentially just passed that the Speaker pro tempore of the Senate would be from the elected membership of the Senate. So we would have to add that in order to have those two things be separate.
Yeah, okay, so, okay, here's what I think you do. I think you vote on, this is going to change something, Michael. I think call the first question, which is going to affect 1.1.2. If the Senate approves elected membership, it will automatically have to approve it for Speaker Pro Tem if the premise was they have to be elected to be in the line of succession. So you'd be voting one. Your second vote would have to be the second amendment, which is the elected membership of the Senate for chairpersons, correct? Yes, so vote on the 1.1.2 amendment first. It will automatically have to force the Speaker Pro Tem to be elected with the same premise of line of succession. Then your second vote would be the second question of whether or not the standing committee chairs have to be elected members. That is what I think you do. And by I think, that's what's right.
So with the way that was explained, I believe you wouldn't necessarily need that second line for the last line where we added from elected membership of the Senate, unless we did the committees, because due to you have to fill the same requirements as the previous, you wouldn't have to specify that the pro tempore has to be from the elected.
You don't have to physically vote on it. We
Right.
would have to change the bill ourselves to do it, to be in compliant. Yes.
All right. So everybody understand what we are now moving into? No. Okay. That's why I asked.
Okay, so point of information. So for the first
Senator Mounts.
for the first question, a vote for yes would require the Speaker and the Speaker pro temp to be elected members of the Senate, and a vote for no would not require them.
That is correct.
May I have a follow-up?
Yes.
So for the second question, a vote yes would be committee chairs have to be elected, and a vote no would be committee chairs do not have to be elected.
That's
For the
correct.
second question.
For the yes, for the second question. Okay.
Yes.
Everyone clear?
Does everyone understand?
If it's not 100%, we're not done yet.
Okay, so do the
Point
first
of
one
information.
first.
That was me. Do you have to be recognized to speak?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
We good?
Yes.
Everybody
I was just
understand?
clarifying that.
Everybody understand the vote? We are currently on whether the Speaker pro tempore should be elected or not. That is the amendment we are voting on. All those in favor, please raise your hand and hold them high. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. I'm going to add it to my sheet right quick. Six. Gives us 28, yeah. Okay. Sorry, brain wasn't doing math for a second. Receiving 19 in favor, 7 against, and 6 abstentions. Requiring a simple majority, which is 15. Motion carries. We'll be moving to the second question, which is whether or not committee chairs should also be from elected membership. Does everybody understand that vote? With that, all those in favor of the second question, please raise your hand and hold them high. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. That question received 6 in favor, 20 against, and 7 abstentions, and will not carry. Senator Wright, you look like you have a question. So with that, only the first portion will be amended. You can delete the other one. Not that one.
See, I don't understand this one. That's needed there to differentiate.
Point of information, all of what is currently on the screen is correct.
Senator.
All right. With that taken care of, we're now moving back to the main item, which is the bill itself. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate at this time? Senator Wright, I saw you first.
So with a motion, I motion to postpone this bill indefinitely.
My mic, not your mic. So, Senator Khan had seconded, so we'll be moving forward with this one.
Do you all know what that means?
Postponing to a certain time, this one being indefinitely, means it's never going to be a thing until somebody takes it off the table.
Point of information.
It doesn't actually kill it, it puts it to the side. Somebody from the session could say, I would like to reconsider that, and then it's back.
Point of information.
Senator James.
Is that just like done now? Like we don't vote on it at all? It's just done?
No. So that's why I'm looking at the sheet, because I had to remember which one this one takes. So it did require a second. Senator Khan seconded. It is debatable. Senator Wright, it is your motion. You have the right to first debate.
Okay, so the issue I have with this, and the reason I want to postpone this bill indefinitely, is because as of right now, there's a lot of stuff in here that I like. There's a lot of stuff that I don't like. I think the main issue I have is that it's a 10-page bill with over 300 lines, and I think the bill as it is right now lacks a lot of focus, and so I would like to postpone it indefinitely so that later on this can be split up into 3 or 4 different bills so that we can digest them all at like one at a time rather than take the whole thing at once. The reason I don't want to just vote it down is because by postponing indefinitely, we're not taking a stand on the actual content of the bill. We're just saying, we're not going to discuss this bill as it is right now. Does that all make sense?
Michael, to
Yes.
clarify, everyone, I think there may be a little confusion. Postponing indefinitely means this bill is dead this session. Postponing to table means you can pick it back up again. If you indefinitely vote it, you are killing it this session, which means you cannot bring it back up in the 60-second session. That's what it means to postpone indefinitely. This bill itself. So if it's introduced in 14 different versions, that's different. But this bill itself will never come back to the floor. That's what it means to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you for the clarification, Gabe. Senator Mounts.
Okay. So this project we've been working on since September, October, something like that. So postponing indefinitely, is throwing away 300 lines of work that not only the President of the Senate, but all the chair people and different senators have put into this. Second, if we don't pass this bill tonight, these changes will not come into effect until I myself am a senior here at this university. So it will be it'll be a year and a half before any changes like this could ever come. Because today is our last meeting of the session, so postponing indefinitely is not a good idea. Considering the fact that we are here tonight, we need to debate this bill, and we need to make sure it's the best it can be. And all of you have had 2.5 weeks now to fix any problems with it. And so we had these meetings, and we barely had like 3 people show up through like the 4 we had, 3 or 4 meetings we had. So I would strongly encourage you to vote against postponing indefinitely, because tonight is the last night we can do something like this until most of us are graduated or close to graduating.
A couple points of clarification for that. One, this is not the last meeting of the session, only of the fall. Second, we could bring it up again next semester. However, you would be past the deadline to actually affect the elections, so it wouldn't go into any of the positions for the 63rd, but would go into effect for the 64th session.
Point of information.
Senator Zacharias.
The person who seconded it is an author, and I would like to understand why they seconded postponing this bill indefinitely.
If they choose to debate, they can do so. With that, Senator Flores.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of issues that a lot of people have with this, but I do think it's important to discuss all of it, and I don't want to dissuade people from voting what they think is correct, but I do think that if it's a matter of like time constraint, I think that since it would only go, if we bring it back next semester, it would go into effect for not next year, but the year after. I think because of that delay, when most of us will be graduated or close to graduating, as previous senators have mentioned, if it's something that we can address tonight, I think we should address it tonight, even if it might take some time figuring out, just because of how important it is. And I feel that if we believe that we can resolve it tonight, even if it will take time to resolve, we should do it.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak in debate on this item? Senator Ritchie.
When it comes to postponing indefinitely or killing this bill for this current session, I will be abstaining from the vote. I think that there are better ways to change this bill in ways that are more digestible to the Senate, and maybe more focused ways that we can sort of take in chunks. And I would support any motion that did such, but for postponing it indefinitely, that is a motion I will be abstaining from, or voting in. How do you say what? I will be abstaining.
If you're
from
not
this vote.
voting, it's an abstention. Senator Ezel.
I do understand that this is a hefty bill, but we have had it for 3 weeks with the opportunity to talk to the authors about whatever issues we had with it, and there's a lot in this bill that I think is going to change the Senate for the better, and I don't think that it's worth putting off because some people need it to be more digestible.
Senator Babin.
I will be voting against the motion to postpone indefinitely. Thank you. But I will say that I do think that this bill could use being split into different parts so that we can vote on the distinct separate parts of this bill. But I will say that I don't think that postponing it indefinitely is the way to do that. I think that this is something that is time sensitive. We're all here. We've had the 3 weeks to look at it. Let's talk about it.
So I'll go ahead and say this particular bill, I have at my discretion the right to choose how to vote. And this bill was already one that I was going to split. Some sections require a certain vote and others require another. So I was going to split them off the bat like that. But if you wanted to divide the question into actions or a certain grouping of actions, that is also within your power. But already as it stands, you would be voting for constitutional and then bylaws and statutes. All of those as a block. Constitution requires the 2/3. Gabe?
No,
I'm being pointed your way? Okay. So the Constitution requires the 2/3 in order to change the bylaws and statutes require a simple majority. And just for the voting purposes, that's the way I was planning on splitting it. That's pretty much all I had, Gabe.
No, yeah, you're correct. I think, let me offer you all some advice. So if the concern is the time constraint because a part of this impacts the election, which I do not disagree with, a part of it does, and if there are still concerns about the bylaws and statute section of it, my advice to you all is to vote on the constitutional sections tonight. And the reason why I say that tonight is because then that will require the Elections Commission to have to readdress the positions in the spring when we get ready to run the general election, and then afford the Senate the time to be able to amend, change whatever you want to change to bylaws and statutes, because if the Constitution exists in the sense of the speaker position being existed, it then has to force the Senate to have to look at the other parts. And that's if you want to have to break it up tonight. If you want to, my advice would be tackle the constitutional parts because that's the important part of it, and it's going to have to force the Senate to have to not be in violation of the Constitution and fix the bylaws and the statutes in order to do that. And that's only if you really think that you have to need it to be more digestible and give you more time to look at the other two parts. Only if you need that.
With a motion.
Senator Mounts.
I move to, move the time of adjournment to 10:30.
Fix the time to adjourn.
Fix the time to adjourn to 10:30.
Does require a second.
Second.
I heard it from over there, but I didn't. Senator Day. Where were you? Majority. Not debatable, but does require just a simple majority. So all those in favor of adjusting the time to adjourn to 10:30, you said, yeah? Please raise your hand and hold them high. All opposed, same sign. All right. Receiving 21 total in favor, 0 against, and 12 abstentions. The new time to adjourn will be 10:30.
With another motion.
Senator Mounts.
I move to recess for 10 minutes.
Does require a second.
Second.
Senator Zacharias with the second. That one, I still believe is that. Yeah, still majority. All those in favor of, you said 10-minute, right? 10-minute recess? There's enough of you that I'm going to go ahead and use my discretion to say I can take a recess whenever and say we're recessed for 10 minutes if there are no objections. (9:25) is the time we start again.
This is my last meeting. I don't get.
Senators, find your seats. Senators, I hereby call us back into session coming off of our recess. Unfortunately, my computer has died, so I'm going to have to do math on the spot. Or I can pull it up there. Or do you have the sheet?
I don't think
Or no? That's right, we can pull it up here.
Download it on that computer.
Stealing.
Just email it to me or something like that, and we can take it. Or email
Or just switch places with Ridja.
I just need it for the numbers coming back. All right. When I call your name, please answer with either present or here. Senator Zidlani.
Yes. Oh, hello, here.
Senator Babin.
Present.
Senator Bradley. Senator Brown.
Here.
Senator Castillo.
Present.
Senator Cowden.
Present.
Senator Day.
Here.
Senator Ezell.
Here.
Senator Flores.
Here.
Senator Hopper.
Here.
Senator James.
Here.
Senator Kahinde. Senator Kendrick. Senator Kennedy.
Present.
Senator Khan.
Here.
Senator Lepetsky.
Present.
Senator Majors.
Present.
Senator Mattson.
Present.
Senator Kate Miller.
Present.
Senator Mounts.
Present.
Senator Nazir.
Present.
Senator Nguyen.
Present.
Senator Ritchie.
Present.
Senator Sanchez.
Here.
Senator Spencer.
Present.
Senator Turan.
Here.
Senator Tubak.
Present.
Senator Webb.
Present.
Senator Wright.
Present.
Senator Zacharias.
Here.
That was you. So coming back in off recess, as you can see, we have 27 total in attendance. Quorum has been met. We can continue. Simple majority is 14. 2/3 of present is 18. And 2/3 majority is 24. It's yours again. And that way I didn't have to do math in my head. So, moving back at it, when we left, we were on a motion to postpone indefinitely.
With the
and
point
we-
of
we were in debate.
information.
Senator Mounts.
This is directly to Gabriel. So if we were to theoretically vote on Action 1 and Action 2, the only two constitutional amendments tonight, and then table the rest of the bill until after we come back from the break, are we going to be able to get all these changes passed for the 63rd session?
That's up to the Senate. So you have until April 21st to get all bills passed.
But
If you get your constitutional amendments passed tonight, it will not affect the election because it will force the Elections Commission to have to switch over the positions. So yes, and then two, yes, if you could get it done in time before the session starts or before this session ends, then you should be fine. But if you can't, then the next session has to do it.
With that, is there anyone still wishing to debate on the motion to postpone indefinitely? Senator Khan.
So I know I was the one who seconded the motion, and I just want to clarify, I wanted all of us to have an opportunity to speak on this more. If, some people had their doubts, they should have the platform to do what they think might be right. And, you all have the right to vote it down. But now that I've heard all these concerns and what we can do in the future, I believe postponing indefinitely is not the way to go. It is that we all should pass the bill and then we can change it later on once it is there, so that it can at least go in effect for the next session, the 63rd session. So with that being said, I will not be voting in favor of that motion any longer.
Excuse me. Is there anyone else wishing to debate on this item at this time? Seeing none, we'll now move into the voting period. All those in favor of postponing this bill indefinitely, please raise your hand and hold them high. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Really? All right. Receiving 1 in favor, 19 against, and 16 abstentions. This motion does not carry. Moving back to the main item, which is the bill itself. Is there anyone wishing to debate at this time? Senator Babin.
With a motion, I move to amend line 82. It's the line that has 1.2.6 in it. In line 82? Yeah. I move to delete that line and replace it with 1.2.6. The speaker-elect will assume office after the first meeting. Would you like me to speak on it while you change?
Yes, please.
Okay, so basically what I'm doing in this one is just the way that it's currently worded. What would happen is the speaker would be elected, they would immediately take the oath of office, and within that same meeting, they would then be running the Senate meeting, which I don't think is necessarily fair to whoever would be the Speaker of the Senate. It doesn't give them any time to prepare. Yes?
Oh, I was just waving because for the first meeting, I would be running it.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, I was just
Essentially.
confused.
It's like my position, not me.
Yeah.
I
so
would be the one facilitating
yes.
the first meeting. They would take the oath, which the way we have set up is during the next meeting. So at the beginning of the next meeting, they would attend, take over there.
But the way that this is currently worded is that immediately following the election, the speaker will assume the office after the oath of office. So the way this is currently worded would mean that the oath of office for the speaker would take place immediately after the election. So the way that I'm just rewording it so that it will assume office after the first meeting.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
The election for the speaker is here in the Senate, not in the election.
Yeah, I understand
so
that.
This one would be oath of office, and you take the oath of office in the next one.
We've always done, I thought the oath of office takes place at the end of the first meeting, at the end of the meeting.
I changed that.
When?
Last meeting. That's why.
So,
sorry. That's why one of our members that was sworn in today was not sworn in then, sworn in today.
Okay.
Senator Babin.
Was that a formal change or just something that you have decided to do?
So the agenda is entirely at my discretion in what order. The items on it are not, but when they appear is at my discretion. Senator Babin.
So this would formally make it so that the speaker would after the first meeting assume the office. Does that make sense? So this would formalize that the speaker will take office at the second meeting and not halfway through the first. Does that kind of clarify what I'm saying with his clarification as well? Okay. I'd like to request that it say after taking the oath of office at the beginning of the second meeting.
Is this accurate to your amendment?
Yes.
Does require a second. Senator James with the second. It is debatable. Senator Babin, it is your motion. You have the right to debate first.
I have no more debate.
Senator Mounts.
So this was actually something I brought up when we were writing the bill with Gabe. And so basically the way it was explained to me is, we would already have to train the vice president to help run the first meeting, and then we have to immediately spend the next week training the speaker to run the second meeting. We thought it's going to be a struggle, and it always is a struggle even after training, like we've had before every session. So we just thought that electing the speaker and immediately taking the oath of office would be the best course of action, because it would get them into it. And yes, it would be a hard meeting, it would be a struggle, but we have amazing advisors to help us through it. And theoretically, the person who is running for the speaker position already has a general idea of how to run the meeting. And so it's most likely that a freshman senator who has never been in Senate before is going to immediately run for a position that there is like a speaker position that is a leadership of the Senate. I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm just saying it most likely won't.
Senator Zacharias.
I will be speaking in favor for this amendment because I didn't like it in the first place. And so I think that they should get training before getting thrown into it because it's a very hard role. And I think that they should be able to be prepared since they are going to be the leader of the Senate, and that's going to be their first impression as a leader, and that they should have time to prepare for that instead of being known for running a terrible first meeting. So I think that this amendment is good.
Any other debates on this amendment?
Point of information.
Senator Mounts.
This is to Advisor Fonseca. So unlike this year, will there always be 2 meetings for the new session, or for the next session every year? Is that something that is guaranteed?
Not necessarily. It's always depending on when spring break falls.
Senator Mounts.
So, if I may, if we're going to do this, there are theoretically we won't have a Speaker of the Senate until the next until after the summer break. So, if there's only one meeting like we had this year, we only had one meeting in the spring. If the oath is going to take place at the beginning of the second meeting, like it is already listed, that means the Speaker won't be able to work over the summer. So, as a compromise, I would like to move to amend the amendment to say the Speaker-elect will assume the office after taking the oath of office at the end of the first meeting, and I feel like that is a good compromise.
Just so I'm understanding, you're saying instead of the beginning of the second meeting, at the end of the first, correct?
Correct.
Does require a second. Senator Zacharias has seconded. Senator Babin.
That is a friendly amendment.
Being adopted as a friendly amendment, we don't need to vote on it. However, the amendment, not that one, but the original one, still needs to be discussed. Is there any debate about this amendment?
Point of information.
Senator Mounts.
As an author, could I consider Senator Babin's amendment as a friendly amendment?
You are not the only author. If every author considers it as a friendly amendment, then yes.
Maybe go down the line and each of us say
Gabe,
whether...
You're shaking your head.
The amendment was Senator Babin's. If Senator Babin considers it friendly, you don't have to vote on it, regardless if the senator.
So
we're now on the amendment to the bill that we are the authors of.
Right, but the amendment is Senator Babin. So now, Senator Babin, you have to vote on that now.
I already claimed that the amendment to the amendment was friendly, so then it passes.
Right.
So I think he's talking about...
Yeah, sorry.
Right.
So now you're done. You
We're
don't have to
on the
vote
amendment
on
to the main motion, not the amendment of the amendment.
Yeah, hold up. We're confused.
As a point of clarification, so...
Senator Mounts, you don't have speaking rights. Gabe?
Hold up. You're fine. You don't actually have to vote on it, because if the amendment was accepted by Senator Babin, you are now just voting on the actual amendment, because now the Senate has to vote on the actual bill. Sure, you can ask all the authors, but I think, my opinion, the amendment was made by a non-author, so you should vote on the accepting this new amendment that is posted on the floor, because it was made by a senator. But you don't have to vote to amend to change it as it was changed in the second time.
Correct.
Yeah.
Senator Mounts, does that answer your question? With that, is there any debate on the motion at hand, which is the amendment to the main bill? Senator Mattson.
I move to adopt the amendment in question by unanimous consent.
Any objections? It is so adopted. Moving back to the main motion, which is the bill itself. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate at this time? Senator Wright. This is the bill itself.
Okay, so I am going to be voting against this bill. I don't have to. Okay, so I will be voting against this bill as it is written. The principal issue I have is the constitutional changes, creating the Speaker of the Senate. I believe this is trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Right, so I understand that the point of this is to split the executive and legislative branches. I don't view that as something that is necessary in this body. I understand we do it in Congress, but Congress has like an 8% approval rating right now. So I don't think there's something we should model our system of government on. Most of the big important changes that this body has made in my time in student government have been pushed by the executive, by the people who are elected, by the entire student body to push their platform. You know, they're the ones that have all the people coming to the debates. You know, at the presidential and vice presidential debate, there were probably like 50, 60 people there. At all the town halls for senators, there were 4 or 5. One of them was Michael. Half the people there were running in the election itself. Things like the Interfaith Prayer Space, the Support of Black Lives Matter Resolution Act, and even the McKinney-Vento Scholarship Act have all been pushed by the executive. And I think those are all really positive. I don't see why we need to split the legislative and executive branch. I think the executive should be the spearhead of the legislative branch, if that makes sense.
Senator Izzo.
I would just like to say that there may come a time where cohesion between the executive branch and the legislative branch isn't as good as it is now. So I think to take into account that just because something is working right now doesn't mean that it will always be working.
Senator Mounts.
So I have a very big problem with the direct quote of the executive branch should be the spearhead of the legislative branch, because that's not how a government should work, at least how I personally believe. The issues we are seeing constantly in SGA with I feel like is or people being disenfranchised in the Senate by the executive branch. That is a problem I saw last year, and luckily this year it is less. But I'm not saying that that's going to be something that can be easily fixed, and definitely will not change over year to year depending on who's in office. Doing something like this, having someone leading the Senate who is elected by the Senate, I feel like is going to be a better solution and is going to facilitate the fact that the legislative branch is doing its job, which is legislating. It's not called the sit here and rubber stamp branch. It's the legislative branch. We're the ones who are supposed to be writing legislation. And personally, I don't think this bill is seen as the executive branch pushing its platform. I see as the executive branch and leaders of the legislative branch recognizing that there needs to be a change to the way that SGA works. And I feel like it is us cooperating to make sure that in the future we can still work together and work together well. And so that is why we have come together to write this bill, and that is why we are presenting it to you today, because we see a new future for Senate that will actually, the executive branch will be doing its job being the executive branch, and the legislative branch will be doing its job as a legislative branch, and not all we're doing, and not just have us sit here and rubber stamp everything that the executive branch does, or kind of act like as a second check, but actually be the ones who are interacting with the students, who are representing our constituencies, who are writing the legislation, and are doing the heavy work that needs to be done. And so that is why we have written this bill.
Senator Zacharias.
So I definitely would say that what a previous senator has stated is one part of it. I wanted to be involved in this bill because I feel that with the executive branch being the spearhead of the legislative branch, we're putting too much pressure on certain individuals. They are here to be students, and yes, they are serving in these roles, but we can't rely an entire association on 5 people. We need more people for this. We cannot put all of the responsibilities for our association on 5 people. That is not productive. We are not going to have our executive branch be successful in their personal endeavors, in their academic pursuits, and we need to create more positions to alleviate this burden from them so that they can be what our president-elect had said, students first. We need to put our students first. We do not need to put the burden of being the spearhead on 5 people. We need to make sure that we are respecting them as students and accounting for their needs. With the division of these positions, I feel that we make more opportunities for students who work because, let's face it, so many students on our campus have to have a job. It's not an option, they have to have one. So if they're going to have a job, why shouldn't they have a job that they're passionate about in student government, in a career that they may pursue in the future? So I think that we are creating more positions, we are alleviating the burden off of certain individuals, and overall we will make our student government more successful because we won't be putting all of the work onto a few individuals with this bill, so I will be voting in favor.
Senator Bevin.
I will be voting in favor of this bill. I think that this bill does a great job of, like we had talked about before, fostering leadership within the Senate. I think for me personally, I would never want to be in the executive branch. That's just not really kind of the thing that I would want to do. And so for the only leadership opportunities for there to be within the Senate and within the legislative body to be the committee chairs, I think is something that we really should fix. And that I think that creating these positions of the Speaker of the Senate would be a great way to foster better leadership within the legislative branch and give people a place to grow within the legislative branch and not necessarily have to have them move on to the executive branch. I would like to caution us away from thinking of this as something that we are alleviating the duties of positions that are currently in place. I think that, if someone signed up to be in that position, they're in that position. And that all the duties that come with that should be a part of what you do because that is what you signed up to do. But I definitely think that this is something I will be voting in favor of, specifically for the fostering of leadership within the legislative branch specifically.
Senator Tron.
Just point of information, did we ever vote on that second question whether chair people had to be elected? Okay.
Yes.
And so with that vote going through, so if we vote on this bill now, or they don't have to be elected?
That is correct.
As it stands. Okay.
With the way that the bill stands.
Yeah. Okay. Just clarifying.
Senator Khan.
So I would just like to say I really appreciate hearing the opposing argument as it does bring a different perspective to this bill, which is needed. But just to address one of the concerns, the examples that were listed, some of them were brought to the Senate after the separation of the president from these meetings. So I think that's in a way, an evidence that we can still function by not having the vice president maybe serve as the person who runs the meetings. And it will also, when we are taking away certain duties from the the vice president's plate, we are also adding other duties. So it's not like their burden is being lessened. In a way it is, but it's being focused on something else, which might be a little difficult to, juggle with the meetings and, approving senator hours and all of the above with going to other administrative meetings.
Point of information.
Senator Nazir.
I just want to clarify what some outcomes might be whether we do or don't pass this bill. If we do pass this bill, are we able to amend it? And if we don't pass this bill, are we able to bring it back or bring it back as some separate bills?
So for any bill that does fail, it's not, you can't bring the same subject back up. But it wouldn't be like a resubmit of the same bill. It would be a different bill addressing the same issue is a way that you could bring it back up after a bill has failed. And then the first concern was what again?
If it is passed, are we allowed to amend it, and how is that process?
So if this is passed, you would be able to amend the positions that it has created and duties thereof and things like that, unaffected by time constraints or anything like that. It would just simply be, or really the time constraint is really placed on the creation of the position and not on the duties and whatnot. So after the position has been created, yes, you can amend it as needed throughout the rest of the session. Does that answer your questions? back to the debate on the main motion. Senator Majors.
Though I was initially a proponent of the piece of legislation, I believe that the incremental amendments made are not representative of what I believe in personally. I think that to question appointed senators and their ability to become even a pro tempore of the Senate is to question the vetting process of individuals who are joining the Senate. I think that we as a Senate actively pursue, a vetting process of whoever wants to become a senator, and to question whether those appointed senators should be eligible to be in higher positions is to question ourselves. So I would just caution against things like this, like undermining the procedures that the student government does take, and undermining, like, for example, there could be a 4-year senator that was in a competitive race, didn't get in, like Senator Mounts referenced his own personal experience. I mean, even if you have the experience and you aren't elected, the Senate might know you as someone who is effective within the Senate itself, and thus see you as fit for the position. And so I just think that to exclude those who are appointed would not necessarily be a positive, I guess.
Senator Babin.
Just kind of to go off what you're just talking about, I would like to point out that if the the Speaker pro tempore of the Senate were to be an appointed senator, that would technically be against the Constitution, because they are within the line of succession to become the president, and the president has to come from an elected person, if that makes sense. So to follow the Constitution, we have to have it so that the Speaker pro tempore and the Speaker of the Senate have to be from elected members of the Senate.
Is there anyone else wishing to debate on this item? Seeing none, we'll move into the voting period. But before we do that, I told you I wanted to do the split. That does require your all's consent. The split, or the division of the question I was recommending, is for constitutional changes, and then the bylaws and statutes, because bylaws and statutes are a simple majority vote. The Constitution is a 2/3 vote, and I wanted it split so that they could take the individual votes as necessary. Senator Wright.
So I disagree with this, just because if we vote down the constitutional changes, then changing the bylaws would be meaningless, because most of them affect the constitutional changes, if I'm correct.
So the two constitutional changes we have grant authority to the Speaker, and so the Speaker could exist outside of the Constitution as an entity. They just wouldn't be granted the legislative authority that's currently vested in myself and the President and the Treasurer. So that would be the only difference if one didn't pass and the other did.
With the point of information.
Let me confirm that right quick. Yes.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, I apologize. I completely forgot what I was asking.
Yeah.
Do we need to, does the senator need to make a motion to split the vote?
If we wanted to split it as such, this is me saying I would entertain one, and all you have to do is say, I'll make that, and we move forward with it.
With the motion?
Let me finish Senator Wright's, and I'll get back to you. Assuming that wasn't like a point of information or anything. Does that answer your question? Senator Mounts?
I move to divide the question between constitutional changes, bylaw changes, and statute changes.
To be clear, are you wanting 3 separate votes, or 2 votes, one for constitutional, one for bylaws and statute? Bylaws, statutes.
One vote for constitutional changes, and then 1 vote for statute and bylaw changes.
Does require a second. I already forgot, but I'm pretty sure it's debatable. Where did you go? No, it's not. I stand corrected. So, all in favor of voting twice, one for constitutional, the other for the bylaws and statutes? Please raise your hand and hold them high. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. So receiving 20 in favor, 6 against, and 10 abstentions. It will be so divided in the vote. Just to make sure there wasn't any remaining.
Point of information. How many votes did it need to pass? Was it 2/3?
Oh, it was a simple majority, which is currently 18. Does that answer your question?
With the point of information.
Senator Mounts.
So for the constitutional amendments, is it 2/3 of present or 2/3 of the entire Senate?
Entire Senate, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it present, Gabe? Present. Yeah, sorry, simple majority was 14. Present is 18 for 2/3 of present, 18, 2/3 of the Senate is 24. So I needed 14, so I gave you the wrong number, sorry. But does that answer your question? So if there are no further debate, we will move into the voting period. That being the case, the first item is so action 1 and 2 for the constitutional amendments on this bill. All those in favor, please raise your hand and hold them high. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. 22, that's 4 to 6. That's that. For the constitutional portion, received 20 in favor, 2 against, and 14 abstentions, and will pass. It's 2/3 of present of 18. Moving into the second vote, which is for the bylaws and statutes as they have currently been amended. All those in favor, please raise your hand and hold them high. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. So it's 22, that's 14. All right, so the bylaws and statutes have received 21 total in favor, 1 against, and 14 abstentions. Having a requirement of simple majority of 14, these shall also be adopted. So the entire bill, as it has been amended, has been passed by the Senate.
With a motion.
Senator Mounts.
I move to rescind Executive Order 6210.
6210. Oh, that's the, if I remember correctly, that's the veto, correct? Yes. Where's the rescind thing? Does require a second?
Second.
Senator Wright with the second. It is debatable. Senator Mounts, as it was your motion, you have the right to first debate.
So I remember the bill passed with considerable support by the Senate. And I feel like it is something, while I completely recognize the concerns that President Miller has regarding the bill, as the perspective of the chairperson and having to work those senator hours, it is an incredible pain. And I also know that for senators themselves, it is also, like, senator hours are also pain. And so I also feel like we need to basically overturn this veto to better, I guess, basically for senators to better be able to do their jobs. And that's the original purpose behind the bill.
Senator James.
While I'm not against the motion, I am against the timing of the motion. I think we should finish the unfinished business first, and then we should make the motion right before we do new business. So, although I'm for the motion of bringing it back up, I do think the timing of it is off. So I'm voting against the motion.
Senator Khan.
I also believe the timing is wrong, as I was going to, in the future, under new business, suspend Robert's rule to have a discussion with the president regarding the decision she made, and then we could have voted on this so that we would make an informed vote. But not opposed to it, but still opposed to the timing of it.
Considering what I've heard from other senators, I will rescind my motion until new business.
As you were the original one that made it, that is at your discretion to do. Which brings us back into unfinished business, item E, SB-62-085, the Individual and Organizational Funding Revision Act. I gotta save that. Almost closed without saving the amendments. All right, disaster averted. Which one did I say? Not open. Okay. Yeah, we got to those. So, being the second read, if there are no further questions for the author, who's not here, but the committee is, so they can answer it, we'll move directly into the debate on this item. Seeing none, move directly into the debate. Is anyone wishing to debate at this time? Bless you. Seeing none, we'll move into the voting period. All those in favor, please raise your hand and hold them high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All opposed, same sign. Senator Zacharias.
I move to fix the time of which we adjourn to 11 p.m.
That does interrupt. But I'll go ahead. since all I got to do is tell you the numbers, I will say that that one has passed, receiving 28 in favor, 0 against, and 8 abstentions. So this one has passed. Then we're moving into the motion at hand, which was to fix the time to adjourn to 11 p.m. Does require a second. Senator Ezell with the second. With that, it's not debatable. All those in favor, please raise your hand and hold them high. I was about to say, you made it. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Receiving a total of 21 in favor, 1 against, and 14 abstentions, the motion does carry. New time to adjourn will be 11 p.m. Back to the items at hand. Unfinished business, item F, SB-62-086, Election Commission Composition and Compensation Improvement Act, which I do not have open. This being its second read, if there are no further questions, we'll move directly into the debating period. Seeing none, does anybody wish to debate on this item at this time? Seeing none, we'll move into the voting period. All those in favor, please raise your hand and hold them high. All opposed, same sign. Receiving 25 total in favor, 0 against, and 11 abstentions. This does pass its simple majority requirement, and we'll move forward. Now into item 10, new business.
With a motion.
Senator Khan has a standing motion.
Yep, with a motion to suspend Robert's rules under new business so that we can have a discussion with the president about the line veto, like the line vetoes that were made on the Senator Auer bill.
Does require a second. Senator Ezell with the second. It is not debatable. It does require a 2/3 of present vote.
Point of information.
Senator Mattson.
Just a quick question. Since I believe the president has speaking rights, would it be possible for someone, if they wanted to hear the president's opinion, yield to the president in debate if this motion were to not pass? If that doesn't make sense, I can try that again.
So yielding time to individuals is possible. However, that would be more for like questions and answers for things like that. Gabe?
Technically, the president still has speaking rights because the constitutional amendments haven't actually passed yet.
Mhm.
So the president can speak during debate at any moment she wants to. So, yes.
That's true.
That answers my
Sorry.
question. Thank you.
I forgot about that. So with that, we were at suspending Robert's rules for the purpose of hearing from the president. It does require 2/3 of present in order to enact. All those in favor?
Point of information,
Senator
is there any debate to hear why the person who made the motion wants to suspend Robert's
This
rules?
item is not debatable.
Okay.
Yeah, not debatable. So, no. But after suspending Robert's rules, possibly. With that, all those in favor of suspending Robert's rules for this purpose and duration, please raise your hand and hold them high. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Requiring 18. This did receive 19 total in favor, 6 against, and 11 abstentions, and thus we will suspend Robert's rules and hear from the president regarding the veto. Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. So I think the first thing that I want to address is, first off, I sincerely apologize for the first original veto that I did. I was in the thought process that we were going to have a Senate meeting last week, and we didn't. So I appreciate the senator who pointed that out to one of my cabinet members, who then told me. So I apologize for that, and I'm glad we were able to figure it out. So you all still have the opportunity to overturn this veto if you so choose. So I guess nobody has come to talk to me about the veto, about why, or sorry, I'm so sorry. You're right. Until today, I had 2 people come talk to me. I'm sorry. So prior to today, I had nobody come talk to me about the veto. So I guess aside from what I have written, I guess my thing is I want to hear your questions, your concerns, and then address those. Because I feel like that's what's going to be most beneficial, because I feel like everything that I wrote within the executive order are my reasonings for this veto. The additional comment that I would like to make is, honestly, it was very, very disheartening to me that multiple senators questioned cabinet members, the advisors, even myself as to whether I had signed that bill or not. And I have not seen a single senator since my time within SGA as a whole ever question anybody about whether the president has signed a bill ever until it affects the senator working hours. And to me, that was very disheartening, because I feel like we do a lot of important work to benefit the student body, and none of those bills ever get followed up like they did this one. And I just wanted to point that out. So if you all have questions for me, I would like to hear those. So,
Senator Flores.
So I'm aware that you didn't veto the entire bill and that you just line vetoed it. And I had some confusion over that, considering like the President of the United States doesn't have that, the ability to do that. And I just feel like it was overstepping to some degree, especially considering how the Senate had overwhelmingly voted in favor of it, and how with previous bills that we've been discussing that we want to emphasize separation between the executive and the legislative, and then when the legislative tries to sort of direct itself and make rules for itself, that isn't respected by the executive.
do you need to? Okay, so in regards to that, in regards to the line item veto, the Constitution does not state that I can't do a line item veto. It just says that the president of the association has the power to veto. Therefore, do it. Any action. Therefore, it does not specify whether the entire bill needs to be vetoed or a line item. So I just went with that. However, there is currently a request of the Supreme Court whether the line item veto is constitutional or not. So based off of that opinion, I will move forward with whatever that opinion is. But based from my understanding, the way, that's why I chose to do line item veto. And like I wrote in this executive order, I vetoed this because in my humble and honest opinion, I do not believe lowering the already 2 minimum senator hours to 1 does not help the student body at all. Honestly, we already have a huge issue with senators not completing any hours. So I don't understand why lowering to 1 hour would help that at all if senators aren't even completing any as of right now. And I chose to do a line item veto because there are parts within the bill that I was fine with, that I appreciated, that I think were good. For example, being the outline of what the senator hours include. And I think with that will help in the future and provide consistency throughout sessions from here on out as to what does count as senator hours, and it's not entirely up to the president of the Senate to be like, okay, no, I don't feel like approving these hours, I don't feel like approving these hours, I'll approve these hours. Not saying that's what the current president of the Senate does, but I think that by stating what can be included or what should be included as senator hours, I think already helps with making sure senators get those 2 senator hours.
So before we go to any other questions, the president brought up something that I know Gabe and myself had talked about, and I forget what it is, what the answer was, so I'm going to ask Gabe. With the Supreme Court ruling on our line item vetoes constitutional, if their decision is they are not, what happens?
Yeah, good question. So right now, and so let's, full transparency. So there's a dispute, right? So the 2 branches are fighting each other, which is good. That sounds weird, right? But that's good. About the disagreement of what the Constitution actually says. So our 3rd branch is intervening, and they're going to tell us whether or not, or who's right. Is it the legislative branch who's right, or is it the executive branch who's right? If they rule that the line item vetoes are unconstitutional, then they will override that veto themselves, and then the bill will go into effect unless the president vetoes the entire bill. So basically restarts the clock on the veto. And then if they rule it constitutional, the 3rd branch has ruled, and then the lines that have been vetoed will be vetoed, and the Senate can't override those vetoes. They can, knowing that you'd have to then override it by the Senate process, but the line items would be constitutional. So regardless of the court, if they rule one way or the other, it starts the clock again on the bill, forcing the Senate to have to decide whether or not you're going to override the veto, or the president to decide if she's going to veto the entire bill. So yes, and it will restart this entire process when we return to full session.
Okay. Thank you, Gabe.
Point of information.
Senator Mons.
So if we were to override the veto tonight, and then the Supreme Court were to render line item vetoes unconstitutional, would basically all that just go away, and then the president could veto the whole bill again?
Theoretically, yes, because it would have to be you'd have to be fair for both sides, so they would force you to do it again.
Senator Babin.
So I would just like to kind of say as a whole thing that while I do agree that reducing the Senate hours to 1 is not necessarily something that I think that we should do, I find it incredibly disheartening that the executive branch has been asking for their duties and the amount of work that they're doing to be lessened, and then when the legislative branch and the Senate asks for the same thing, that we're told no. And I am honestly very bothered by that, even though I don't necessarily agree that we should have our hours turned down. I find it honestly pretty rude that the executive branch would be asking us to lessen their hours, and then when we ask for ours, it's turned down.
So with that, are you referring to the previous bill that was just voted on, or?
So the previous bill, and then I think there was another bill that also changed some of the duties and the amount of hours that are required to be worked.
Okay, so in regards to the previous bill, it's not that we're lessening any job duties, it's just we're transferring things. And so that way, it doesn't make sense for the vice president to be the head of the Senate, at least in my opinion. And so it's not that we're just pushing all of those responsibilities onto the Senate, onto a potential speaker. It's we're transferring those, but the vice president will also then take over other responsibilities as well.
I would like to point out that, sorry, there's no Robert's Rules of Order, so I can do this. I'm just saying, that I would like to point out that part of the argument when we were doing the questioning period and all of that was that by allowing the Senate to take over part of the responsibilities of the vice president, that it would be taking part of the responsibilities of the president and putting them on the vice president, therefore lessening the duties of the president, which was part of what was discussed. And part of what was discussed was that the whole cabinet is overworked and that they need to do less. That was literally part of the entire discussion of that last bill.
Can I ask how 2 senator hours then is overworking the Senate?
Oh, I'm not arguing with that. I don't think that it is, but I find it honestly kind of rude that that you guys would ask for your hours to be lessened, and then when we ask for hours, you just say no outright.
Senator Khan.
I would encourage all the senators to basically avoid at least, or not avoid, but more on the side, try not looking at the content, but at the action. Because I believe the content can be disputed either way, and it's understandable why people would want less hours, and understanding that, so one group wants, A and the other group wants B. This discussion was more so that we can clarify as to why this took place. My personal question to the president is not regarding the content, and it's more regarding about the line in the Constitution under Article 2, Section 5, letter A, line 5, to veto and invalidate any action of the Senate, and then it continues on. And as you explained earlier, that it is more on the side, you read it to be, you can veto anything. As a senator, part of the legislative branch, I read it to be, you can veto and invalidate any action. For this particular bill, the action that the Senate took was to pass it rather than amend and then pass. Therefore, if it goes up to the president, I think the president shall be able to act upon the passage of the bill. So therefore, if you do want to practice the power of veto, it would be for the complete bill rather than the sections of it.
So I think with that, it falls into we have 2 completely different interpretations, hence why there is a request to the Supreme Court. So I feel like that question will be addressed once the Supreme Court renders their opinion. I hope that answers your question.
And it does. But I personally think that it's good that this line or this decision is being sent up to the Supreme Court, because it's a good thing. It also kind of sets up a precedent for the future. So, because vetoing line items can change the intent of the bill. I believe personally, if a president wants to get any agenda across, that can be done through the Senate. It can be done through in the form of a resolution and, other ways or means. And it's more on the side of if this power is given or if it's up for interpretation, it can be misused by the future presidents. And not saying that you would do that, not saying that at all, because I trust you with that. But it's more on the side of setting precedent for the future.
Since there's no Robert rules, I can chime in too. One thing I would say with talking about any action, as you can see, like bills and things are separated already by actions. Action first, two.
It just says one, it doesn't say action.
This one is the veto. If I go to a bill, like this funding bill, action first, to allocate organizational event funding. Action second, that should be a 2, not a 1, to allocate organizational travel funding to Shakapella. So that's an action that's an action.
But we only
It's another
vote
way
on
to
it
think
one
about it.
time.
Huh?
We only vote on it one time. We vote on the bill as a whole, so that's one vote.
I'm just saying,
one
what is an action?
I
Because
have a
technically
question,
it's already there.
but there's no
Senator
point
Zacharias.
of order. Are we talking about the line action veto, or are we talking about the senator hour veto itself?
So like the discussion.
We need to discuss one thing and then move on to another thing, because otherwise we're going to be here past 11. So
I would agree
So Crystal, the discussion was supposed to be about the process rather than the content. The validity or how constitutional it is for the president to line veto rather than just fully veto the bill or fully pass it, not the problems that senators may have with the working hours.
So we have our answer then, that it's going to go to the Supreme Court.
It's already at the Supreme Court.
Right. So that is cleared up, so we could
Well, yes,
move on.
I agree. So, yes, it's going to the Supreme Court. But that being said, if it's not clearly stated in the Constitution, I don't think it should be right to assume that one has that power if it's not clearly listed that one does have that power.
But that's why it's going to the Supreme
we
Court.
can't change that. So I would recommend that we instead just overturn or rescind the veto and wait to see what the Supreme Court says. So we should stop having this. We should reinstate Robert's rules, and we should vote on rescinding the veto. So I move to reinstate Robert's rules.
There's no Robert's rules to make that motion.
How do we go
Okay, I have
If there are
Point of
no
information.
more comments, yes,
This was a questioning period, correct, for the president?
yes.
Okay.
It was a discussion for the
Okay.
president to explain the veto,
Okay.
as Senator Khan explained the reasoning. So as soon as that is over, we go right back
Then-
into Robert's rules.
Okay.
So if there are no more questions to explain the veto, Robert's rules will now be reinstated.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I have something to say as well. So it's my understanding that we need to overturn this today because of time constraints with how much time we have to undo a veto. That's correct, right? So we do need to overturn it today.
Kind of.
Because, even if the Supreme Court says it's constitutional, and if we don't do that today, then it's just going to stay. But, if we overturn it and then they say it is, the clock starts again.
Then it
she
starts
can
all
read-
over.
Right. So we can fight the battle twice if we need to.
Just going off of what a previous senator said.
Remember, these are
Article-
questions for the president regarding the veto.
Okay, so
It's a discussion with the president about the veto.
Okay, I'm going to jump in. My advice is this: just drop it for now. The Supreme Court will tell you what you can and cannot do. Overriding the veto is going to do nothing if the court says it's constitutional. My advice to you all, even if because then you're going to have to do it again the second time with whatever their ruling is. My advice is let the court do their job, let them get you an opinion. It's not going to go into effect anyways because now the court is intervening to review the veto itself. So the actual bill and the actual veto are currently right now on a stay until the Supreme Court has ruled on their opinion.
At which point you would
Different
then
than
be
what I
able
said
to
earlier
make
because I
your-
looked it up. That was different than what I said earlier because I looked it up. So right now, the veto and the bill are frozen, basically. So let the court do its job. When it rules on its decision, it will come back to the Senate for you all to either override the veto or for the veto to stay. And the time will start over again.
But are these not two separate things? So if we were to today vote that the veto, override the veto, and then they voted on whether she can make that veto, aren't those two separate things? We don't have to completely freeze the overriding process just for the Supreme Court to make a decision on
Yeah, because they're going to force you to do it again. So if they say it's unconstitutional, they're going to make you go through the process again, even if you override it tonight.
Isn't the whole Supreme Court argument just whether or not the veto is constitutional, not whether the bill can be...
Right. So if it's not constitutional, then the veto can't stand. So that means she either has to veto the entire bill or the bill goes into effect.
But if it is constitutional, it stays and we missed our time window.
No, because they will give you the time
Regardless,
to override it again.
The whole process starts over regardless of the
So
decision.
you will get 7 days again when we come back into session.
Okay, so we need to stop talking about this. Everyone shut up so we can get into Robert's rules and move on.
Okay,
All
that was
right.
a little aggressive.
Why not override it now?
Take it down a notch.
I highly suggest we move on to other matters and not regard this, since we will still have a chance, no matter what the court decides, to overturn the veto.
So, is there
So
any?
I did have another thing. So what you are saying, Gabe, is that we, even if we wanted to override this veto, we can't right now.
Theoretically, yes, because even if you do it, they're going to make you do it again.
All actions regarding the veto are
Right, because again,
no matter the decision,
Right.
even if it was in your favor, it would be undone, and you would have to do it again.
So you guys can override the veto if you want to. However, no matter the court's decision, we're going to have to do it again. So this is your choice. You can do it,
twice.
and you can do it again, or you can't, you don't do it, and then you have to address it again if you want to.
When is the Supreme Court meeting over this?
we
That's
don't
on
know.
them.
Yeah, but they will do it. The timeline is fine because regardless, the bill will not go into effect. Neither will the veto
Yeah,
because
ev-
now the court has
Even
it.
if you overturn the veto, the bill doesn't go into effect till the Supreme Court says something,
So Gabriel,
and then you start over again.
do they take oral arguments?
They will, but because Walter, is it okay? I'm going to say it was Walter. Because Walter did it, he would be the one to go and defend it in the Supreme Court. They could call other people, but Walter is the one who submitted it, so he would be the one to do it.
He's also in argument with me, so they would hear from
Yeah.
me.
Then so will the other side because they disagree.
With that, I'm hearing the same question repeatedly, so I'm going to assume there are no further discussion on this topic. Is that correct? Seeing none, Robert's rules are now reinstated. Thank you very much, Madam President. So you now have two options. You can rescind your motion.
I rescind my motion.
It's not a thing anymore.
Someone else can make it.
Someone else can make it if they so choose. And we are in a
With a
currently-
motion.
Senator Khan.
Hold on.
No.
Motion to override the president's veto for SB-62-076 Senator Working Hour Amendment Act Bill.
That would be to rescind
Rescind my
executive order, such and such. Does require a second. It has been seconded.
Point of
We're starting
information.
the process over again. Senator James.
According to the Journal, Article 4.5, letter E, it needs 2/3 of the entire Senate, excluding empty seats. Do we have that here tonight?
You have 28. That would be 24 is what you need.
Okay,
It is debatable. Is anyone wishing to debate? Or wait. Hold on, let me fact check myself. Where'd you go? Rescind. Yeah. Yeah, I was right. Don't doubt myself. Seeing no debate, we'll move direct. No hands went up.
Yes, I raised my hand.
This is not. Senator Mounts.
I will be voting no because this is a waste of time, and we need to move on, and we will address this again.
Any other debate on this item? Senator Nguyen.
Whether you vote yes or no, it's the same 30 seconds of your life.
Any other debate on this item? Seeing none, we'll move into the voting period. All those in favor, please raise your hand and hold them high. 6, 7, 8, 9. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Receiving a total of 20 in favor, 3 against, and 13 abstentions, does not carry. It required 24.
With a motion,
Senator Zacharias.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
I will not entertain that because we have timely funding bills. With that, going into new business, item A, funding bill 62017, individual funding. Yes, this one. So the author is not here, but I'm Senator Mattson. Since the treasurer is not here, I'm told you were put in charge. Do you have anything to add to this?
Thank you. My apologies for not being in that moment. I had to step out and get a drink, and I was being filled in. With regard to this bill, I apologize. My computer is dead, so I'm going to be looking up at the screen. This is with regard to individual funding. This is someone who we interviewed as the Budget and Finance Committee, not this meeting, but the last time that we met, and we approved for funding of $600 because we felt like this was a conference worthy of merit.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move into debate.
With a motion?
Treasurer has marked this as timely. Senator James.
Motion to pass by unanimous consent.
Any objections? FB-62-017 has passed with unanimous consent of the Senate. Moving into item B, FB-6218, organizational. Senator Mattson, would you like to speak on this one as well?
Yes. So this bill is with regards to organizational funding. There are, I believe, 2 organizations on this bill. As can be read, the IISE, they will be hosting a conference here. As the Budget and Finance Committee, we felt like this was, again, a worthy cause of funding, since that brings representation of our school and of the students in that field. And then for Shakapella, this is a conference where they will represent the university, so we also felt that it was deserving of the requested amount. Thank you.
Does anybody need me to go to any portion of this bill? I know I kind of scrolled through it pretty fast, that's why I'm checking. Seeing none, we'll move into debate.
With a motion,
Senator Mounts.
I move to pass by unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing none, FB-6218 passes with unanimous consent of the Senate. Moving into item C, SGA budget request. Gabe, I'm told you're going to report on this on behalf of the Treasurer.
Hello. Did y'all read this? Yes. All right, let me give y'all some highlights about what's going on. So the Constitution requires us, or the statute requires us, that before we send our budget off to student fees, the Senate has to approve the budget. So that is what we are doing. This is for fiscal year 21, so for the 63rd session's budget. Budget and Finance made a few edits to it and passed it to the Senate. So I'm going to run through parts of it quickly, major highlights on it, and then you have all of now until January 22nd to review it, come with any final changes you want to make before we submit it, before we vote on it on the 22nd, and then submit it to student fees. The reason why it has to go today is because we need the 2 reads, and today's the first read. So our budget is divided into 4 different sections. Our general operations for the association, scholarships, student funding, and our new one for and then our student advocate fund as well. The new one is the scholarship fund. So to kind of run through these really quick, The student government employs our office manager, so Johnny, so the person who sits at the front desk, many of you know her. So we pay her salary, and her benefits are the other numbers that are below there. Some of the new requests that we are putting in this year, now with the passage of the CARE Act, all of our stipends are moving from contract labor to student labor, which is line 5, including 2 new things. So we are going to be, or the Budget and Finance Committee approved $6,500 for a front desk student assistant to be split between the student government and student involvement. So that is under that line 1200 right there. And then the line 4 includes Johnny's salary as well as 40% of my salary. So that's new this year. 40% of my job is to advise and support the student government for 20 years, Nancy? 20-ish years that Nancy has been here. I mean, it sounds dramatic. There's never been an advisor for the student government or someone who has actually been part of their job to do it. It's just been tacked on to someone else to do it. My job was actually created when the student government was put under student involvement, and with the intent of my position supporting and working with the student government. So we were going to be requesting 40% of my salary to be funded by the student government. So those are the changes in the salary fund. The programming and operations fund, I don't know who has the computer. Oh, the programming and operations fund in the bottom. All of our committee chairs submitted a request for an increase to their budget. To kind of highlight them, Budget and Finance approved DEI's budget at the full amount that we're requesting, cut Ways and Means budget to $600, cut or approved the full budget for safety and student services, cut the government relations budget to $1,000, and then approved the rest of the funding as well. So that is what you'll see in this line. When you look at it, you're going to see executive, legislative, and association level things. And so you'll see the funding of what we're looking at. Keep in mind we're providing you a 3-year historical data of 18, 19, 20, and then our request as well. So you'll be able to look at what we've requested in the past few years. So moving to office expenses, we have an office. It costs to maintain our office. We have to pay for our phones, our printing, stuff like that. So we've decreased this budget by $5,300 looking at historical data. So we're not asking for money we don't actually need. So we decreased this fund to actually cover the cost of what it costs us to run the office from there. So we're requesting a little less than that. The next one is the shock and support locker. A year ago, the student government authorized the approval of a grad assistant. You just met him earlier, Colin. But the funding for that position was not established because it was after student fees, so we paid for it out of reserves this year. For this next upcoming year, we're requesting the funding to make that funding available. So it's going up about $15,000. $14,500 of that is for the grad assistant, and then an increase to the line to purchase product if the student government and the shock and support locker needs that as well. Moving to the next one, elections, going up $25 because we have to pay one of our observers that we didn't have the money for, so we're doing that. I know, super weird, but that's what's in the request. And then you can skip that one and go to the organizational ones. We're asking for the same number for organizational and individual funding, and we are now establishing a summer funding line at $3,000, so that number is new for this year, but the rest of the lines are there. Because the bill for organization appropriation was pulled, it will not go into student fees request for this year, so we are cutting that funding off of this budget as from there. All right, you can keep on going to the next ones. I'm sorry I'm going fast, but it's probably for the best. The Student Advocate, we provide funding for the Student Advocate. They're an independent office of the association. When you read, if you have not read it yet, but hopefully you've read it, you will notice that there are still things that are pending by the Senate. Josie spoke earlier about the legal services program. That is going to come to the Senate for you all to decide whether or not it's going to be a program that the association is going to take on. If it is, the funding will be there available for the Student Advocate. If it's not, then the funding will come off before we submit it to student fees. And then the rest of it's in there, her salary, the transition salary. Because the office is considered independent, they have to pay for their own phone and pay for their portion of printing for the association. It used to exist in the office budget. We just separated it to keep it cleaner and make it look a little bit nicer. And then the last ones are all of our scholarships. This year we're doing something new with our scholarships. We're actually going to request them all in a separate org instead of putting them into the SGA's budget. And then we're going to request it through the Educational Opportunity Fund, which is EOF money. So that is the request for that. Our International Student Scholarship historically has always had $20,000. We have, in the past year since I've been here, we have never actually allocated all $20,000, and that's not for lack of us not getting people to apply. It's just people who don't, or international students who don't apply for that. So we're cutting that down to $15,000, and then the International Student Hardship Fund and the hopeful soon other generic hardship fund are going to be requested at $10,000. We are going to be submitting the bill for the hardship fund in the spring to approve that fund, so that if it is approved, the money is available for the group. You just passed the McKinney-Vento scholarship. For this year, it's coming out of reserves. For next year, we're going to pay for it out of EOF money. And then our Dreamer Scholarship, we're increasing that to by $1,000. That is our partnership between us and Sigma Lambda Beta International Fraternity Incorporated. So our portion of it is $3,500, and then they bring a portion, and then together we allocate the Dreamer Scholarship to students as well. So that is the nitty-gritty of our budget. I will resend you the new spreadsheet so you can see the changes that Budget and Finance made, and I will resend you a new one of these proposals so you'll see those edits, as well as all the paperwork that all the chairs and cabinet members submitted in order to get their budget on here. The question of what are we asking for, it's going to sound scary. Walter's already looking at me. So our current approved budget from student fees was $269,175. If you go to the very first one, the overview, yeah. So it was adopted in fiscal year 2020 for $269,175. We are going in for a request of $388,777.60, which is a $101,000 increase. I don't know, that's wrong because I edited it on here, so it doesn't look right up there. But it's a $101,000 increase, which is a 37% increase that we are asking for. Of course, that is not the number we will submit. Whatever the Senate approves us to submit forward is what we will submit forward. So what I encourage you to do is please, 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 not that I want you to work over break, but if you have an hour or two, please spend some time reviewing the documents that I'll email you so that you have all the information you have to make a decision in the spring. And then Colleen will send you some more information, and she and I will be available if you have any questions throughout break or when we get back in January. You can also chat with Budget and Finance members for their feedback and questions as well. Sorry.
I mean, you can say questions.
Yeah, if
That's
there
fine.
are questions.
Any questions or points of clarification about what we just heard?
That was really fast, sorry.
Seeing none, just as a reminder, we are available over break. If you do think of one, go ahead and send it in, email, text, whatever. But thank you, Gabe.
Thank you.
Because that's the first read. We'll move into that item when we return. Catch up to where I'm supposed to be. Yeah. Remarks and announcements. Senator Mounts, please bear in mind we only have 8 minutes till the close of the meeting.
Hey, y'all, I want to apologize real quick about sounding angry. I've had less than 4 hours of sleep. I've had like maybe 10 hours of sleep over the last 3 days. I'm still on a night schedule for surgeries my body won't fix itself. I also have 2 finals tomorrow, a final paper in Spanish, entirely in Spanish due tomorrow, and a final presentation. So I apologize for me getting angry and sounding mean. I am just like super stressed, and that totally got to me because I felt like we were kind of being spiteful. So that is something that I don't want to see in the student government being spiteful to other branches of government. So I apologize for sounding so angry. I did not mean any ill intent by it.
Senator Babin.
Hey guys, it's my last meeting in this session. So, hence why I was really loud and I had a lot of things to say. So, I'm here to make loud noises. If you have any questions or just want to hear my opinion next semester, you can email me because I'll be in DC. So, yeah, I just won't be here. So,
Senator Turan.
There's a TGIF Friday, which is an event at the Catholic Student Center St. Paul Christmas sweater party. So yeah, you don't have to be Catholic to go. It's just like a student gathering. Y'all be there, okay?
Senator Ezel.
My birthday's next Saturday, so I'm accepting gifts.
Happy early birthday.
Thank you.
Senator Ritchie.
So over the course of this past month, I was working with the Dean of the College of Fine Arts and the Assistant Dean of College of Fine Arts on devising a survey for the whole college, and we just got those results back this last week. And I kind of wanted to share some of that with you. I did tell the students that were being polled that the qualitative data that we were collecting, the text box information, is going to be kept private, but the quantitative data, stats, I got you. I want to let you guys know in on some of that. It was just to basically poll their experience at WSU kind of as a whole. I asked them kind of in short, like, what the, and it's hard to summarize this poll in like 2 seconds, but I asked the majority of their problems are facilities related, socially related, academics, financial, other, or they just they're having a great time. I want to let you guys know that I've been sort of throwing this out there, and it's reflecting in the students' polls that facilities were a big number in this. We have sort of deteriorating facilities, and I want you guys to know that a big part of our students' concern, and I know budgets aren't simple, like it's not like, oh, we could just take the money that's being used to build this YMCA and just put it into, I know it doesn't work that way, but a lot of the fine arts students have that concern, and I want to share that with you guys just sort of as a general. And in the interest of keeping the qualitative data anonymous, I'm not going to share too much, but something that was a little alarming in the survey that I sent out. You would imagine that the fine arts would be a place of really inclusivity and kindness and just really warm environment, but there were concerns regarding like xenophobia, transphobia, homophobia. I want you guys to know that it exists and it's alive. So if you guys have any questions, shoot me an email. Can't share too much, but yeah.
With the motion? Motion
Sorry,
to
James.
extend the meeting to 11:15.
Does require a second.
Second.
Senator Khan with the second. It is not debatable. All those in favor, please raise your hand and hold them high. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Only receiving 5 in favor. That doesn't meet any of the benchmarks, so we will not be doing that. I currently have 2 minutes, I think, unless my watch is wrong. But there is one thing I want to do, so Walter, keep it quick.
Oh, yeah, so I have a class at 7 p.m. next semester, so this will likely be my last Senate meeting after 4 years. So I just want you all to know I love you all, even when you're curb stomping me, which is often. So it's been
We love
great.
you, Walter.
Thank you all.
I've been raising my hand for like ever, and you guys don't notice.
Senator Flores.
Wait, I hold my hand like this since the beginning, but since I'm in the corner, I just feel like you guys can't see me. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to just stand up and say it.
You good?
So I have an event going on tomorrow at the ODI from 2 to 4:30. If you're interested in studying abroad, I went to the Netherlands and Paraguay last summer. I was granted fully funded in scholarships, so I want to share how you guys can do that as well. Thank you.
Senator Flores.
Yeah,
That'll be our last one.
Yeah,
with
I'm
the
working on a
time.
land acknowledgement. It's really important to acknowledge like the native land that we're on. We like the city that we're in like has like a native name, and the university that we attend appropriates like a native name. I think it's really important. It's a lot of work. Please contact me to help me out because I've been working on it for like a month and I've barely scratched the surface. Thanks.
So, the one thing that I wanted to do, and I'm gonna skip the usual, glory of going into how awesome the individual is. I have selected the Senator of the Month for November, and that's currently Lucas Webb. There's not enough words to explain what all this guy does, and the extent he does for his students, and that's about it. I'm going to keep it that short instead of the whole spiel I had. The other thing I had, so the SVO came and told us about a flag hunt challenge and that there was going to be a couple drawings. So one of our senators was one of the winners, and that would be Bridget Kennedy. So I have her prize here in hand, and we can get that to her afterwards, but I wanted to recognize her while we were on camera, that yes, this award is happening, and it was going to Bridget.
Michael, really fast.
Okay.
Also, she's not here tonight, but Anya Kendrick also graduates in December. So if you see her, she had a mandatory training, and she's graduating, so she had a final tonight. If you see her around campus, please thank her for the work she's done this semester, and wish her well. She's going to looking at grad school and graduating, so that's exciting. So good for her too.
So with that, I timed it almost perfectly when I clicked the slide. We are out of time. So this is the fancy adjournment because it's the end of the fall session, and we will be moving into recess until we come back in January. And with that, we adjourn at 11 p.m. with a silent roll call.